Yo! Welcome to Gringotts Hub. Got an absolute banger for you today. Harry used the Gryffindor-Merlin-Peverell rings to legally sentence every Wizengamot member to Azkaban. Like, subscribe, comment below. Let's go. Chapter 1. What Gringotts remembers. The letter arrived on a Tuesday, which Harry thought was an appropriately unremarkable day for his life to change completely. He almost didn't open it. It was sitting on the breakfast table at number 4, Privet Drive, wedged between a gas bill and a catalogue for garden furniture, and it looked exactly like the kind of correspondence that didn't concern him. Cream-colored envelope, no stamp, sealed with wax that was neither red nor gold but some dark, shifting color that might have been bronze or might have been dried blood, depending on the light. His name was written on the front in handwriting that didn't belong to anyone he knew. Precise, formal, slightly archaic. The kind of handwriting that belonged to someone who had learned it from a person who had learned it in a different century. Mr. H. J. Potter Black, formerly of Gryffindor House, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, heir apparent to the ancient and noble houses of Potter, Black, Gryffindor, Peverell, and Merlin. The second bedroom, 4, Privet Drive. Little whinging, Surrey. Harry sat down slowly. He read the envelope again. Then a third time. Then he picked up his orange juice, took a long drink, set the glass down, and read it a fourth time because apparently his brain needed 4 attempts to accept information that it didn't want to process. Heir apparent to the ancient and noble houses of Potter, Black, Gryffindor, Peverell, and Merlin. 5 houses. He'd known about Potter. He'd vaguely understood he was now the Black heir after everything with Sirius, though thinking about Sirius still felt like pressing a bruise, something he'd been doing compulsively since June, in the way you can't stop touching something that hurts. But Gryffindor, Peverell, Merlin. The Dursleys were not at the table. Aunt Petunia had gone to her book club, Uncle Vernon was at work, and Dudley was somewhere upstairs doing whatever Dudley did when there was nobody to perform laziness for. Harry was alone in the kitchen with pale morning light coming through the net curtains and the distant sound of a lawnmower from 2 streets over, and the letter was sitting in his hands like it weighed considerably more than paper had any right to weigh. He broke the wax seal. The color, up close, was definitively not bronze. It was deep crimson shot through with black, and when it cracked it made a sound like a very small and very formal door closing. Inside was a single card. Thick cream stock, embossed at the top with a crest he didn't fully recognize, for symbols arranged in a quartered shield, a lion, a wand, a cloak, and a hollow triangle. Below the crest, the text was brief and entirely to the point. Mr. Potter, upon the death of Sirius Orion Black, Lord of the ancient and noble house of Black, a reading of his last will and testament is required by law to take place within 40 days of his passing. The reading has been delayed pending confirmation of your status as primary beneficiary. Additionally, Gringotts Bank has identified contents within Vault 3, the ancestral vault of the ancient and noble houses, that are legally required to be presented to you as the confirmed heir of multiple noble house lines. These items have been held in trust since 1981 and cannot be transferred or examined by any party other than their rightful heir. You are required to attend Gringotts Bank, London, on Friday the 15th of July, at 10 o'clock in the morning. A portkey has been enclosed. This is not a request. Sharp Fong, Senior Account Manager, Gringotts Bank, Diagon Alley. P.S. We are aware of the Order of the Phoenix's monitoring of your correspondence. This letter was delivered through channels that bypass that monitoring. We suggest you do not inform them of this appointment. Gringotts does not conduct its business under the supervision of wizard political organizations. This is not a new policy. Harry looked at the bottom of the envelope and found the portkey, a small brass coin, slightly too thick and slightly too heavy to be any real currency, etched with the Gringotts logo on one side and the number 15 on the other. He sat with all of it for a long time. The lawnmower outside finished whatever it was doing. A bird landed on the windowsill, considered Harry's situation, and left. The kitchen clock ticked through about 300 seconds before Harry folded the letter carefully, tucked it into the back pocket of his jeans, and went upstairs to write 2 letters, one to Hermione and one to Ron, both of which said, simply, "Something's come up." Meet me in Diagon Alley on Friday. I'll explain everything. Don't tell anyone. He hesitated over a third letter. Thought about Dumbledore. About the way Dumbledore's voice had sounded in the Department of Mysteries, tight with something Harry had recognized as guilt before he'd known how to name it. About the "I know, Harry, I am sorry" that had been offered like a coin dropped into a very deep well, as if saying it was enough, as if the saying could do something about the 30-foot drop. He didn't write the third letter. Friday arrived the way important days often do, with completely ordinary weather. Mild, slightly overcast, London in mid-July doing its best impression of a city that had given up on summer but wasn't quite ready to admit it. Harry had taken the night bus to the Leaky Cauldron at 9:30, changed his Muggle money at the small counter near the back, and was standing outside Gringotts at 9:55 looking up at the white marble building with the old feeling that it was judging him. Hermione was already there. Of course she was. She was wearing a light jacket and holding a notepad, and her expression was the specific one she wore when she had discovered something interesting and was physically containing herself from talking about it until all relevant parties were present. "Ron's coming," she said instead of hello. "His dad had a morning shift and he had to wait for, there he is." Ron was jogging up the alley with his hair doing something complicated in the not quite a breeze, jacket half on and half off, eating what appeared to be the last quarter of a pasty. He swallowed the final bite as he reached them, brushed his hands on his jeans, and said, "Right. What's happened?" "Your letter said something's come up which in your case could mean anything from a lost textbook to an actual dragon." "I don't actually know yet," Harry said. "But I think it's serious." He paused. I didn't mean it like that." Ron nodded in a way that meant "I know" and also that still stings a bit and also "let's move on," all in a single gesture. It was the kind of fluency you developed after 5 years of being best friends with someone navigating grief. Harry showed them both the letter. Hermione read it twice, her notepad hand tightening slightly on the second pass. Ron read it once and his eyebrows went through 3 distinct phases: confusion, surprise, and a kind of impressed wariness. "Heir apparent to Gryffindor and Merlin," Ron said. "Mate. I know. Those are names, Harry, those aren't. Gryffindor's been dead for 1,000 years. I'm aware of that, yes. Merlin has been dead for longer. I know." Hermione was already moving toward the doors. "We should go in. We can discuss the implications after we know what it actually means. Gringotts won't call someone in for something trivial. They don't do anything without a reason." She glanced back at Harry. "Also, I did some reading last night." "Of course you did," Ron said. "The Ancient and Noble Houses system isn't just a title. It's a legal framework. It goes back to the Wizengamot's founding. The noble houses have specific rights under that framework, rights that haven't been used in centuries but were never actually repealed because nobody ever had the standing to invoke them." She pushed through the front doors, and Harry and Ron followed her into the marble coolness of the Gringotts lobby. "I think that's what this is about. I just don't know how far it goes yet." Harry filed that away. The lobby was doing what the Gringotts lobby always did, conducting the quiet, efficient choreography of banking at a scale that made individual human concerns feel appropriately small. Goblins moved between stations with the unhurried certainty of people who had been managing other people's wealth since before those people's great-grandparents were born. Harry approached the nearest available teller and said, "I have an appointment. Harry Potter. 10 o'clock, with Sharp Fong." The teller, a goblin with very long fingers and an expression of professional assessment, looked at him for precisely 2 seconds, then nodded once and said, "You are expected. Your companions. They're with me." A pause. Then, "Very well." He gestured for a colleague, who materialized at Harry's elbow. "Griphook will take you." Harry recognized the name with a small lurch. Griphook. The same goblin from his first visit, 11 years old and bewildered and following this exact same path. He looked different now, older, or perhaps just more settled in whatever it was that goblins used instead of age, but he moved the same way, precise and proprietary, as if the entire bank was an extension of his personal space. He didn't introduce himself or acknowledge the recognition. He simply walked, and they followed, deeper into the bank than Harry had ever been, through a series of corridors that grew gradually quieter and progressively older. The marble gave way to stone. The gas lamps gave way to something that produced light without a visible source. The air changed, colder, slightly denser, carrying that particular quality that ancient places have, a weight that wasn't quite atmosphere and wasn't quite magic but was something of both. They stopped before a door. Heavy oak, iron-banded, with no visible handle. Set into the wall as though the wall had grown around it rather than been built to include it. Griphook pressed his palm flat against the wood. Something that might have been words in a language Harry didn't speak passed under his breath, and the door opened inward to a room that was, unexpectedly, just a room. A table. 4 chairs. A fireplace that was lit. And behind the table, a goblin who was old in the way that mountains are old, not by any visible feature but by a quality in the air around him, like he'd been accumulating time and storing it somewhere under his skin. "Mr. Potter," said Sharp Fong. "Sit down. We have several things to get through and I intend to be efficient about it." Harry sat. Hermione and Ron took the chairs flanking him. Griphook took a position near the door. "Sirius Orion Black died on the 2nd of June, Sharp Fong said, with the matter-of-fact delivery of someone for whom death was primarily an accounting event. He was the last surviving member of the ancient and noble House of Black in the direct male line. His will was filed with Gringotts in October of 1994, updated in April of 1996, and is legally binding under both Magical Covenant law and Wizengamot charter." He laid a scroll on the table without unrolling it. "I will summarize the relevant portions. The full text is yours to keep. Mr. Black left you his entire estate, Grimmauld Place, the Black family vault, all investments, all artifacts held in the Black family vault, and the full lordship of the ancient and noble House of Black." A pause. "There are smaller bequests. 12,000 galleons to one Remus John Lupin. A specific collection of texts to one Hermione Jean Granger." Hermione made a small sound. "A set of chess pieces to one Ronald Bilious Weasley. The latter 2 bequests will be delivered to the named parties following this meeting." Ron looked at the table for a moment. Harry didn't look at either of them. He was pressing his back teeth together and breathing steadily and thinking about the Department of Mysteries and the veil and the sound Sirius's laugh made, that reckless, delighted sound, in the half-second before it stopped. "Thank you," Harry said. His voice came out level. He was grateful for that. "The will reading is the minor matter," Sharp Fong said. "The significant matter is this." He reached under the table and placed a box on it. Not a dramatic box, no glowing, no obvious enchantment visible from the outside. Just a rectangular case, about the size of a shoebox, made of dark wood that Harry couldn't identify. Ebony, maybe, or something older. Carved with the same quartered crest that had been on his letter. Vault 3 is the ancestral vault. It does not belong to any single family. It belongs to the convergence of bloodlines. When multiple ancient house lines meet in a single heir, the vault activates. The contents are released to that heir and that heir alone. Sharpfang's eyes, dark and very sharp in a face like carved wood, were steady on Harry's. The last time this vault activated was in 1792. The heir at that time declined to accept the contents and the vault sealed again. The heir's name is not recorded. Their reasons are not recorded either. We found this professionally irritating. "What's in the box?" Ron asked. Sharp Fong looked at Ron with the measured patience of someone who had decided to find humans more amusing than annoying. "The box contains 3 rings, Mr. Weasley. They are what your question is really asking about." He opened the box. 3 rings, set in individual recesses in dark velvet. Harry looked at them and felt something move in the air of the room, not wind, not magic in any sense he'd been taught to identify, but something older than curriculum. Like the feeling before a thunderstorm, except interior. Felt in the chest rather than on the skin. The first ring was gold. Simple band, slightly worn, set with a ruby that caught the firelight and held it in a way that suggested the stone had opinions about light. Engraved on the band, almost too small to read, a lion. Gryffindor. The second ring was silver and older. The metal had a quality to it that silver didn't usually have, heavier, denser, as if it had been alloyed with something that didn't have a name anymore. Set with a stone Harry couldn't identify, deep blue shading to violet, that seemed to contain a tiny and permanent light source somewhere in its depths. Around the band, engraved text in a script that was neither modern English nor Latin but shared characteristics with both. Merlin. The third ring was different from both. The band was black, not black and silver, not dark gold, just black, a material that absorbed light rather than reflecting it. Set with no stone, but carved with three symbols Harry recognized with a cold shock of recognition. A wand. A stone. A cloak. The Deathly Hallows. Peverell. You will note, Sharpfang said, that the rings are responding to your presence. Harry looked more carefully. The ruby in the Gryffindor ring was brighter than it had been 30 seconds ago. The light inside the Merlin ring stone was moving. The Peverell ring sat entirely still, but the air directly above it had a quality to it that Harry associated with the moment just before a wand discharged. What do they do? Hermione asked. Her voice was carefully controlled but her pen was moving across her notepad in a quick, looping shorthand she used when she was thinking faster than usual. Individually. They mark their bearer as the lord or lady of their respective houses. That carries legal standing in the Wizengamot, voting rights, speaking rights, various protections under the ancient charters. Sharpfang folded his hands on the table. Together? That is a somewhat larger question. He looked at Harry. To wear all three simultaneously is to hold what was called, in the old legal texts, the convergence. Three of the oldest founding magics of British wizardry, the line of brave heart, the line of wisdom's tongue, and the line of death's kin, meeting in a single person. A pause that had weight in it. In every legal document predating the current Wizengamot Charter, the holder of the convergence is accorded supreme judicial authority over the British wizarding world. Not advisory authority. Not ceremonial authority. Judicial authority. The authority to convene, preside over, and pass binding sentence on any and all matters of wizarding law. The fireplace crackled. Nobody said anything for a moment. Then Ron said, "Blimey." "Indeed," said Sharpfang. "How is that possible?" Hermione said. The current Wizengamot was established in 1707. That's its own charter, its own, the ancient charters can't supersede, they can, Sharpfang said. That is the precise point. The Wizengamot 1707 charter was drafted to organize wizarding governance in the absence of any holder of the convergence. It is explicit on this point. Section 12 of the original charter states, and I quote from memory because Gringotts keeps very thorough records, "This body shall govern in the absence of the convergence, and shall yield authority to any confirmed holder thereof, whose ancient rights of judgment supersede all subsequently enacted law, this being a condition of the founding magic itself." It was included as a formality. No one expected a convergence holder to ever exist again. He looked at Harry with something that wasn't quite a smile but shared some DNA with one. "Then you were born." Harry looked at the rings. They were still doing their quiet, insistent thing, the ruby warm, the violet light moving, the black band absorbing the room's light with perfect patience. "The memories," Hermione said. She was looking at Sharpfang with an intensity that Harry recognized as her having caught a thread and refusing to release it. "You mentioned in the letter that there were items requiring presentation." Plural. "The rings are 3 items but you said, there's something else." Sharpfang reached under the table again and produced something Harry had not expected, a shallow stone bowl, about 8 inches across, carved from a single piece of pale grey rock. Not a pensieve, he'd seen Dumbledore's, and this was different. Where the pensieve was ornate, inscribed, obviously ancient in a decorative way, this bowl was simple. Functional. Old in the way that tools are old. Around its rim, carved into the stone at regular intervals, were 47 symbols. Memory stones, Sharpfang said. Sealed in Vault 3 alongside the rings. They were placed there by the last Gryffindor heir before the line was believed to have ended, in 1347. They are drawn from the ancestral pool, specific magical memories extracted not from individuals but from the houses themselves. The collective recollection of centuries of magic. When reviewed by a confirmed heir wearing the relevant rings, they cannot be falsified, contested, or dismissed. They are, under ancient law, categorically admissible as evidence. Harry looked at the bowl. Evidence of what? Sharpfang's expression was impossible to read, but something in it had shifted. Not softer, exactly. Just more direct. Of everything, Mr. Potter. Every oath sworn on house magic. Every political transaction conducted through house channels. Every decision made by every member of the Wizengamot who swore their oath on these lines. He paused. The stones activated when you walked into the building this morning. They have been filling since. We do not yet know their full contents, they can only be read by you. But given the history of the last 50 years of British wizardry, we at Gringotts have certain professional suspicions. The fire popped again. Hermione's pen had stopped moving. Ron was very still in the way that meant he was thinking hard and had temporarily suspended his default expression in favor of something more serious. Harry reached out. He didn't decide to, or rather, the decision and the action felt simultaneous, like they'd skipped the usual gap between them. He picked up the Gryffindor ring and held it. The moment the metal touched his skin, he felt it, an unlocking, somewhere very deep, like a key turning in a lock he hadn't known was closed. The ruby flared brilliant scarlet and then settled to a steady warm glow. The lion engraving felt warm under his thumb. He picked up the Merlin ring. Heavier than it looked. The violet light in the stone brightened immediately, and for just a second he heard something, not a voice, not words, but a resonance, like the low note of a very old instrument that had been waiting to be played. It faded as quickly as it came but left a kind of clarity in its wake. Not a new thought, but existing thoughts made sharper. He held both rings for a moment. Then looked at the Peverell ring. Mr. Potter, Sharpfang said, and his tone had changed, very slightly, but enough to notice. I should tell you that the Peverell ring is the most significant of the three. The magic attached to it is of a nature that Gringotts does not fully understand, which is a statement we do not make easily or often. We know that it responds to blood, and we know that the blood it responds to is yours. He met Harry's eyes. We do not know everything it does. We know what the legal texts say it does. We also know that legal texts are sometimes understatements. Harry nodded. He picked up the Peverell ring. The room didn't shake. Nothing exploded. There was no pillar of light or rushing wind or any of the dramatic signals that magic sometimes deployed when it wanted to be noticed. What happened was quieter and in some ways considerably more unnerving. The room just settled. Like a held breath released. Like something that had been slightly out of alignment for a very long time was finally, without ceremony or fuss, exactly where it was supposed to be. The black band on his finger felt like it had always been there. Like a scar, present from so early that the memory of its absence had faded. All three rings sat on his right hand. And Harry felt, for the first time since he could remember, that he was not bracing for something. There was no waiting catastrophe at the edge of his awareness, no sense that the current moment was just the pause before the next disaster. There was just clarity. And underneath the clarity, very quiet, like a tide that had come in and wasn't going anywhere, a certainty that he hadn't had to choose to feel. He knew what the rings meant. He hadn't read the legal texts yet. Hermione would do that, and she'd do it more thoroughly than he could. But he knew. Not intellectually, deeper than that. The knowledge was in the magic, and the magic was now in him, and together they made something that felt unreasonably like being absolutely certain about your next step. "We need to review the memory stones," he said. "All of them?" "Yes," Sharpfang said. "Privately. Not at Hogwarts. Not anywhere that's monitored." He looked at the goblin steadily. "Can Gringotts provide a space for that?" Sharpfang looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, "We can provide Vault 3 itself. It is warded against scrying, interception, and every form of monitoring magic currently in use by both the Ministry and the Order of the Phoenix. It has been so warded for 900 years. Another of those almost smiles. "We are, as I mentioned, very thorough." "Good." Harry looked at the memory stone bowl. "How long will it take to read them all?" "That depends on their contents." "An hour. Possibly several. Possibly longer." Sharpfang paused. "There is one more thing." He reached into a drawer and removed a small envelope, which he placed in front of Harry with the care of someone handling something that wasn't physically dangerous but was in some other sense explosive. This was left in Vault 3 alongside the rings. Dated 1347, the year the vault was sealed. Addressed to the heir. "We have not opened it. It is not our correspondence." Harry picked up the envelope. Same archaic script as his own letter, but older, the ink slightly faded, the paper thick with age. His name was not on it. Instead, just 3 words, "To the Convergence." He opened it carefully, because it felt like the right thing to do, and unfolded a single sheet of paper that was surprisingly well preserved for something that had waited nearly 7 centuries. The handwriting inside was not the same as the outside, slightly less formal, more personal. Someone writing not for posterity but for a specific person they'd never met. "I don't know when you'll read this. I don't know what the world will look like when you do. I suspect it will look like a mess. The world has always looked like a mess to the people living in it, that's my experience at least. I'm sorry about that. The rings are yours. They were always going to be yours, in whatever sense 'always' means when you're talking about things that were decided before you were born. That's a heavy thing to say to someone, and I know it. Believe me, I know it. What I want you to understand, the reason I'm writing this instead of just leaving the rings in the dark and trusting the magic to explain itself, is that the power is real. It doesn't feel symbolic. It isn't ceremonial. It is the oldest legal authority in British wizardry, and it is yours to use. Not to hoard, not to display, not to negotiate with. To use. The people who will try to talk you out of using it will do so with good arguments. Some of them will love you. Pay attention to the arguments. Don't let the love become a substitute for the arguments being right. The world will be better for it. I can't tell you that it will be easier. Good luck. I mean that more than most things I've ever meant." There was no signature. Harry read it twice. Then he folded it, put it in his pocket, and looked at Hermione and Ron. Hermione's eyes were bright in a way that wasn't exactly tears but wasn't exactly not. Ron was looking at Harry with an expression that was simple and steady and which communicated, without any words being required, that he was in. Whatever this was, he was in. "All right," Harry said. He stood up, and the 3 rings caught the firelight as he moved, each of them doing their quiet and particular thing. "Let's go see what the stones remember." Sharpfang stood as well, moving around the table with the deliberate efficiency of someone who had been waiting for this moment and was going to conduct it properly. "Follow me," he said, and led them back through the corridor, past the lobby's marble and noise, through another set of doors Harry hadn't seen, down a staircase that went deeper than the usual Gringotts tunnels, down past the level where the carts ran and the torches burned and the sound of distant vault doors opening and closing filled the air like a slow industrial heartbeat. Down to Vault 3. The door was unlike any other vault door Harry had seen. Not metal. Stone, but the same stone as the memory bowl, pale gray, carved with the same 47 symbols. When Sharpfang touched it, it didn't open immediately. It waited. Then, as if it had been checking something, it swung inward. The vault was large. Larger than Harry expected, more room than a vault needed to be, which suggested it had been built for a purpose beyond storage. The walls held shelves of objects Harry didn't examine closely yet. The ceiling was high and the light was sourceless and even. In the center of the room was a stone table, and on the stone table was a depression the exact size and shape of the memory bowl. "The bowl goes there," Sharpfang said. "When it is in place and you are wearing the rings, the stones will surface one by one. They cannot be reviewed out of order, they run chronological, oldest to most recent." He set the bowl in the depression himself. It clicked into place with the soft finality of something designed specifically to fit somewhere. "I will leave you to it. There is a bell on the south wall. Ring it when you are finished and Griphook will return you to the lobby." He paused at the door. "Mr. Potter." Harry looked at him. "Gringotts has had a long and complicated relationship with the British wizarding government," Sharpfang said. "We have observed a great deal that we are not asked about and a great deal more that we are deliberately not told. We are a neutral institution. We do not take political positions." He held Harry's gaze. "However, we are also very much in favor of legal processes being conducted with accuracy and appropriate weight." A pause. "I mention this because I think it is relevant to your situation." He left. The vault door swung closed behind him. Harry looked at Hermione and Ron in the even, sourceless light of the oldest vault in Gringotts. "Right," Ron said. "So. We're going to look in the magic bowl and it's going to tell us things that are apparently bad enough that the whole point of the bowl is to make sure those things are legally admissible." He scratched the back of his head. Yeah. That's a normal Tuesday." "It's Friday," Hermione said. "Is that actually your takeaway from what just happened?" "No, my actual takeaway is that the Wizengamot 1707 Charter explicitly provides for the supersession of its own authority in the event of a convergence holder, which means that if the memory stones contain what I think they contain, Harry doesn't just have the moral authority to hold those people accountable." She turned to Harry, and her voice had that specific quality it got when she had followed an idea all the way to its end and what she found there had surprised even her. "He has the legal authority. Binding, unchallengeable, ancient legal authority. Harry, do you understand what that means?" Harry looked at the memory bowl. At the pale gray stone and the 47 symbols around its rim. At the way the rings on his hand caught the light, the ruby warm, the violet deep, the black band absolutely still. "It means," he said, and his voice was quiet but had no uncertainty in it whatsoever, "that they don't get to walk away this time." Hermione looked at him. Then, slowly, she nodded. Ron nodded too. Harry stepped forward, placed his ringed right hand flat on the memory bowl's rim, and the first stone surfaced. And everything began. Chapter 2, The Language of Old Magic. The first memory that surfaced wasn't what Harry expected. He'd braced himself for something dramatic, a Death Eater trial, a ministry cover-up, names being buried and files being sealed. Something that would land like a fist. Instead, the stone that rose from the bowl was small and pale and the memory it carried was quiet. A room. Candlelight. Two men sitting across from each other at a table not entirely unlike the one Harry was standing beside, and one of them was speaking in measured, careful tones about a boy who had survived something no one had survived before, and what that boy represented, and how the boy should be. The word the man used was managed. The memory was from 1981. The man speaking was Albus Dumbledore. Harry recognized him immediately, younger, but not dramatically different. The same half-moon glasses, the same quality of attention that made you feel both seen and slightly classified. Sitting across from him was a man Harry didn't recognize, heavy-set, with the look of someone who had recently been startled and hadn't yet decided to stop being startled. His robes were Wizengamot purple. Harry stood at the bowl's rim with one hand touching the stone and watched. Hermione and Ron flanked him. The memory played out above the bowl's surface like a miniature theater, not the immersive full-body experience of a pensieve, but clear enough. Sound and image, sharp as a well-focused Muggle photograph but moving. Dumbledore was saying that the boy needed to be kept from the wizarding world until he was old enough to be introduced carefully. That exposure to his own fame would warp him. That certain knowledge, specifically, knowledge of his heritage, his vaults, his legal standing, needed to be withheld until the appropriate time. That the boy was a symbol, and symbols needed careful custodianship. The man across from him nodded throughout. At the end, he said, "And the Gryffindor line? The Peverell claim?" "Sealed," Dumbledore said. "Gringotts has been instructed to hold all hereditary correspondence until I determine the appropriate time for disclosure." The memory dissolved. Harry's hand was still on the bowl and the room was very quiet. "He told Gringotts to hold your mail," Ron said. "He wasn't asking." His voice had the flat quality of someone doing arithmetic that they very much wish was coming out differently. "For 15 years, Hermione said." She was writing already, the shorthand moving fast across her notepad. Every letter the vault would have generated. Every notification of hereditary status. Every, "Harry, you should have known about the rings when you turned 17. That's standard. Majority of age, Gringotts contacts the heir, transfers all hereditary holdings. That's the law." He actively delayed a legal process. "I know," Harry said. "He didn't," Hermione stopped. She wasn't defending Dumbledore. Harry knew her well enough to see that she was being precise rather than protective. He had reasons. "I think he genuinely believed." "I know," Harry said again. "That's almost the worst part." He touched the bowl again. The stones came faster after that, as if the first one had been a test and the bowl had now decided he could handle the pace. They surfaced in 3s and 4s, each one a different room, a different year, a different configuration of the same essential pattern, people in purple robes making decisions that served themselves first and the law second, or third, or not at all. Hermione stopped trying to write everything down after the first hour. There was too much. She switched to annotations, dates, names, specific offenses, cross-references to existing law. Ron stood beside her and read over her shoulder and occasionally said something blunt and accurate that Hermione then refined into legal language and added to her list. Harry watched every single one. A memory from 1986, 3 Wizengamot members voting to seal the records of a Death Eater trial in exchange for substantial donations to the Ministry Infrastructure Fund. The Death Eater in question, a man named Runcorn, who Harry had seen at the Ministry in his own memory, walked free and was working in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement within 2 years. A memory from 1979, Bartemius Crouch Sr., then head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, authorizing the use of torture on suspects who had not yet been tried. Not quietly, openly, in session, with Wizengamot approval. 31 members voted in favor. Harry recognized 6 of those faces from the Wizengamot session he'd attended for his own hearing last year. A memory from 1995 that hit differently than the others, maybe because it was recent enough to feel personal, his own hearing. But not the hearing itself, the morning before it. A closed meeting, 5 senior Wizengamot members and Cornelius Fudge, planning the hearing's outcome before it happened. The charge was already going to be dismissed, they agreed, probably, the evidence was clear enough that conviction would be difficult. So the goal was humiliation. Show the boy his position. Make it clear that his word against the Ministry's word was not an even contest. Remind him of what happened to people who made trouble. The member who suggested that last part was Dolores Umbridge, wearing her pink cardigan and a smile that sat on her face like a parasite. Harry stepped back from the bowl after that one. "Harry." Ron's voice, low. "I'm fine." He wasn't shaking. He felt very still, actually, in the way that things are still before they move very fast. "How many members total are we talking about?" Hermione looked at her list. She'd been keeping a running tally in the top right corner of her notepad. Of the current Wizengamot, I've confirmed evidence against 43 sitting members so far and we haven't finished the stones. She paused. There are 62 members total. 62 members. 43 with direct evidence against them in the ancestral memory record. Harry thought about this. The 19 who aren't in the stones yet, some of them might still appear. But some of them might genuinely be clean. Or at least clean enough that the house memories don't have them. She looked at her notes. Amelia Bones isn't in any of them. I've been specifically watching for her. Neither is Marchbanks, Ron said. The old woman who examined us for OWLS. I've been watching for her too because Dad's always said she's straight. Harry filed both names. What about the stones, how many are left? He looked at the bowl. About a third of the symbols around the rim were still dark. The rest were glowing faintly, already red. Another hour, maybe 2, Hermione said. But Harry, we already have enough. Legally, I mean. The evidence in what we've already seen would be enough to act on. She set down her pen and looked at him directly. The question is whether you want to. That's not really a question. It is, though. That's what I'm saying. Her voice wasn't cautious, it was precise, which was different. Hermione being cautious sounded like brakes. Hermione being precise sounded like a very sharp tool being used very carefully. What you're talking about is invoking a legal authority that hasn't been used in nearly 300 years, that will immediately be contested, that will generate the kind of political reaction that I'll handle, Harry said. Hermione. Look at what's in those stones. I have been looking. Crouch tortured people without trial and 31 members of the Wizengamot voted yes. Runcorn put money in a ministry fund and walked away from a trial. My hearing last year was choreographed before it happened. This isn't political disagreement, this isn't different opinions on policy, this is the institution that's supposed to be the highest law in Wizarding Britain being used as a personal advantage machine by the people running it. He looked at her steadily. And the whole reason it keeps happening is because everyone who knows about it decides the reaction would be too severe. Everyone calculates the cost and decides it's too high. And so it keeps happening. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then, I know. She picked up her pen again. I just needed to make sure you thought it through. Have I passed? Don't push it. But she was almost smiling. Ron had been quiet for a while, which with Ron meant either he was deeply comfortable or deeply uncomfortable, and the set of his shoulders indicated the latter. Harry waited. My dad works for the ministry, Ron said. I know. He's not, he's in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office. He's never been in the Wizengamot. He's not, Ron stopped. I just need to say that out loud. He's not in any of those stones. He's not, Harry agreed. I was watching for him too. Ron looked at Harry for a moment. Something moved across his face, relief, and underneath it, the faint embarrassment of having needed to ask. Okay, he said. Then, more firmly, okay. What do we do? We finish the stones. Then we talk about who else we tell. They went back to the bowl. The second half of the memories were slower and in some ways grimmer than the first, not because the events were more violent, they weren't, but because of the sheer accumulated weight of pattern. It was one thing to see individual acts of corruption. It was another to watch them stack up across decades, each one made slightly easier by the last, the people involved becoming incrementally more comfortable with what they were doing because they'd already done it before and nothing had stopped them. Corruption didn't usually happen in explosions, Harry understood, watching. It happened in increments. A small compromise, and then another, and then you were voting to quietly release Death Eaters in exchange for political stability and calling it pragmatism. Cornelius Fudge appeared in 11 separate memories. In the earliest one, from 1990, he was still clearly uncomfortable, a man who knew the line and was standing just beside it, telling himself the distance was larger than it was. By 1995, the discomfort was gone. Not replaced by confidence, exactly. Fudge wasn't confident in those later memories, he was performing confidence, which was very different. Underneath the performance was a man who had told himself so many small lies that he'd lost track of where the lies ended. Umbridge appeared in 19 memories. She was never uncomfortable in any of them. Harry watched her in the 1995 memory one more time. Her smile. The cardigan. The way she said the boy like it was a category rather than a person. He felt no particular heat about it, which surprised him until he realized why. The memory stones didn't make him angry. They made him clear. The clarity had been building since the moment he'd put the Peverell ring on, steady and deepening, and what he felt looking at Umbridge in the memory was not rage but the complete absence of uncertainty. He knew exactly what she'd done. He knew exactly what the law said about it. He knew exactly what was going to happen. The last stone surfaced when Hermione's notepad was nearly full. It was different from the others, not a scene, not a specific memory of a specific room. It was older, going by the quality of the image, and broader. A legal proceeding. The first Wizengamot session after the 1707 charter was enacted. The members being sworn in. And the chief warlock, a man Harry didn't know, old and grave, reading aloud from the founding document. This body shall govern in the absence of the convergence, and shall yield authority to any confirmed holder thereof, whose ancient rights of judgment supersede all subsequently enacted law, this being a condition of the founding magic itself. The chief warlock paused after reading it and looked at the assembled members and said, "This is not a formality. I want to be understood on this point. This is a genuine provision. We are not the highest authority in Wizarding Britain. We are the highest authority available. If the convergence should return, we step aside. That is the deal. We govern because there is no one with older right to govern. If that changes, we yield." He looked around the chamber with the specific expression of someone who knows they're speaking for the record. "I want it on the record that I said this." It went on the record. The memory dissolved. Harry straightened up and rolled his neck and looked at the empty bowl. All 47 symbols were glowing steadily now, the pale grey stone warm with it. "Right," he said. Hermione had been reviewing her notes for the last several minutes while the final stones played. She looked up. 47 confirmed violations across 43 current Wizengamot members, ranging from procedural misconduct to what is legally, under the 1672 Magical Covenant Act, capital corruption, that's the deliberate use of judicial office for personal gain. 12 members are implicated in the wrongful release of convicted Death Eaters. 23 are implicated in what amounts to a conspiracy to manage Harry's legal standing and knowledge of his own inheritance. She tapped the notepad against her other hand. Under ancient law, specifically the Third Charter of Noble House Rights, which predates the Wizengamot, all 43 are subject to the Convergence's judicial authority. Which means Harry can sentence them without requiring a vote, without requiring a majority, and without the sentences being subject to Wizengamot review. A pause. Because there would be no Wizengamot left to review them. Ron exhaled. "When you said legally earlier, you weren't softening anything." "I never soften anything." "No, you really don't, he caught himself. "That's a compliment, for the record." "I know." Harry was thinking. Not about whether, that was decided, had been decided since the first memory had dissolved and left him standing in this vault with the rings on his hand and 100 years of institutionalized cowardice itemized in his chest. He was thinking about how. About what needed to happen before he walked into the Wizengamot chamber, and in what order, and who else needed to be part of this. "Neville," he said. Hermione looked up. "Yes. He needs to know. His parents, Frank and Alice, they're in the stones. The Lestrange's trial. The members who signed off on the minimal sentencing recommendations. Neville has a right to know before anyone else. Harry looked at the rings. And he's steadier than anyone gives him credit for. I want him there. Luna? Hermione asked. Harry thought about Luna. Thought about the way she saw things, not incorrectly, just from an angle no one else had thought to stand at. Yes. Definitely Luna. What about Dumbledore? Ron said. The vault was quiet enough that the question had room to sit in the air. Not yet, Harry said. Harry, he's in the stones, Ron. Not heavily, not like Fudge, not like Umbridge. But he's there. The 1981 meeting. The sealed correspondence. He made choices about what I should know and when and for what reasons, and some of those choices were illegal. Harry's voice was even, which was not the same as cold. I don't think he's corrupt. I think he's a man who's so used to playing very long games that he forgets other people are also pieces on the board. But I can't tell him what I'm planning and I can't let him redirect me. Not this time. He looked at Ron. He'll try to talk me out of it. His reasons will be good. They'll sound right. And some of them will even be right. He paused. But some of them will be about protecting the institution instead of the people the institution is supposed to serve. And I won't be able to tell which is which in the moment, not with him. I know myself. Ron was quiet for a moment. Okay, he said. I trust your read. It was a simple sentence. It landed anyway. They rang the bell on the south wall. Griphook appeared within 2 minutes, as if he'd been waiting outside the door, which Harry suspected he had been. They rode back up through the tunnels in the Gringotts cart and emerged into the lobby and then out into Diagon Alley, which was doing its ordinary Wednesday afternoon things, shoppers, an owl overhead, the smell of something sweet from Fortescue's even though the shop was technically still closed. Someone had apparently decided this was not their problem and had opened the side window. They found a table at the back of the leaky cauldron, in the corner that was dark at noon because the overhead lamp there had been out for 3 years and Tom the barman apparently considered this a feature. Ron got 3 butterbeers from the bar. Harry spread Hermione's notes on the table between them and they all looked at it for a moment the way you look at a map when you've just committed to a very significant journey. We need to contact Neville and Luna today, Harry said. I don't want to use Owl Post for this. Too visible. Neville's at his grand's place in Devon, Ron said. Luna's probably at the Rookery. Her dad's place. He paused. Ginny mentioned that Luna was spending part of the summer with them at the Burrow starting next week, actually. I could bring them here, Harry said. Tomorrow morning. Early. Tell them it's important but don't say why in the message. Just ask. They'll come. Ron nodded. What about the legal argument? Is what Hermione found enough to build on or do we need more? It's more than enough, Hermione said. The memory stones are categorically admissible under ancient law, they're literally designed to be admissible, that's their entire purpose. The legal framework is solid. What we need to think about is the procedural question of how Harry invokes his authority. She drummed her pen on the table. He can't just walk in. Well, he could, technically, but the effect would be chaos. People would leave, people would contest the scene, it would turn into a brawl and the actual sentences would be lost in the noise. So we do it formally, Harry said. We do it formally. Harry invokes the authority of the convergence in writing, delivered to the chief warlock, which is Dumbledore, which is the complication, we deliver it through Gringotts, Harry said. Not through Dumbledore. Is there a process for that? Hermione considered. Under the Third Charter, the convergence can summon the Wizengamot through any official magical channel, not just through the chief warlock. Gringotts is a registered official channel, they're a signatory to the founding compact. She pulled out a fresh page. I'd need to draft the formal invocation. It has to be worded correctly, with the right precedent citations, or it can be challenged on procedural grounds before it even begins. Then that's what you do, Harry said. I know. She was already writing the header. I'll have a draft tonight. But Harry, she stopped writing and looked at him. When we walk into that chamber. When you're standing there with those rings and you start sentencing people. Some of them are going to fight back. I know. Not just legally. Some of them are going to fight back with magic. With contacts. There are people in those memories who have connections that go further than the Wizengamot. People who will see what you're doing as an attack and will respond like it's an attack. Good, Harry said. And something in how he said it made both Ron and Hermione look at him for a moment, not with alarm but with the particular attention you give someone when you realize they've changed in a way that matters. Let them respond. Responding is evidence. Every person who tries to stop a legal proceeding through illegal means is just adding to their own case. You've been thinking about this since the vault, Ron said. It wasn't a question. Since the first ring, Harry said honestly. Something, I don't know exactly what it is. The magic, maybe. But I've been thinking clearly since I put the rings on. Like someone turned the noise down. He looked at his right hand. The ruby, the violet depth, the absolute dark. I think that's what they do, partially. Not give you the answers, I still have to work those out. Just take away the fog. Hermione made a note of that. Not because it was legally relevant, Harry thought, but because she catalogued everything. It was one of the things he'd always loved about her. We should also talk about Sirius, Ron said quietly. Harry looked at him. His will. Grimmauld Place. Ron's voice was careful but direct, the way he handled things he knew were hard. We can't operate out of Privet Drive and we can't use Hogwarts because Dumbledore's there and we can't use the Burrow because, well, Mum. He stopped. What I mean is, the will gives you Grimmauld Place. And Grimmauld Place is, Sirius's house, Harry said. It's your house, Ron said. Now. That's what the will said. A pause. I'm not trying to, I know it's hard. I just think it's the most defensible location. The Fidelius charm's still up. It's still secret kept. And it's big enough for all of us to work from. Harry thought about Grimmauld Place. About the dark hallway and the screaming portrait and the smell of old magic in the walls. About Sirius moving through it with that restless energy, like a man permanently in the act of escaping something. About the last conversation they'd had there, on the second-floor landing, Sirius gripping Harry's arm with both hands, telling him to be careful. He would want it used, Harry said. It came out quietly but he meant it. Yeah, Ron said. He would. Then that's our base. Harry picked up his butterbeer, which had gone warm while they talked. We transfer what we need from the Gringotts notes to Grimmauld Place, we establish it as a working space, and we operate from there until this is done. He looked at both of them. Hermione drafts the invocation tonight. We meet with Neville and Luna tomorrow. We talk through the legal case, we talk through the response plan, and then we decide on timing. He paused. I want to move fast. Not so fast we're careless. But fast enough that word doesn't get out and the people who are in those memories have time to prepare defenses. How fast? Hermione asked. 10 days, Harry said. 2 weeks at the outside. Ron raised his butterbeer. Not ironically, Ron's sincerity was one of the most consistent things about him. Then let's do it right. They clinked glasses. It was an absurdly small gesture for what they were committing to. Harry thought that was probably fine. The biggest things usually started small. They left the leaky cauldron at 2:30 in the afternoon. Hermione took the underground because she said it helped her think, which was entirely true and which they all understood to mean she needed an hour alone with her notes before she could talk to anyone. Ron walked with Harry as far as Charing Cross Road. Your mum's going to find out eventually, Harry said, because it was on his mind. Yeah. Ron didn't seem troubled by this in the way Harry might have expected. She will. And she'll be upset, because she's always upset when things aren't safe. But she'll also be, I think she'll be fine with it, in the end. Mum's not, she's not corrupt. She's just protective. He squinted at the street. She'll yell at us and then she'll start making food and that's how you'll know she's on board. Harry smiled despite himself. Is that how it works? Every time without exception. They parted at the corner. Harry took a different bus back to Surrey, sitting in the top level at the front, watching London go by. He was thinking, but not anxiously. There was no anxiety in what he was doing today, which was new enough to notice. He'd spent 5 years being anxious about Voldemort, about the prophecy, about what he was supposed to do and who he was supposed to be, and the weight of all of it had become so familiar he'd stopped noticing he was carrying it. The ring sat on his right hand. The ruby caught the afternoon light as the bus turned west. Warm, like a small contained fire. He thought about the letter in his pocket. The people who will try to talk you out of using it will do so with good arguments. Some of them will love you. He thought about Dumbledore's face in the first memory. Younger, but recognizable. Explaining, in careful sentences, why a boy should not know the full truth of what he was. Doing it for good reasons that were also self-serving. Being entirely convinced, probably, that he was right. Harry didn't hate him for it. He didn't even feel particularly betrayed. The betrayal had happened too early for him to remember the moment before it, and so it sat differently. It was just a fact of the landscape. Like a wall that had always been there. What he felt, if he was honest, was something simpler, impatience. He'd been managed for 15 years. He'd been a symbol, a piece, a weapon in someone else's plan. And he understood the plan, he even understood why his role in it was what it was. But he was not going to be managed through this. He was not going to ask permission to use authority that was legally, ancestrally, and by every measure of old magic, his. The bus stopped on a residential street 2 miles from Privet Drive. Harry got off and started walking, hands in his pockets, rings on his fingers, the clean late afternoon light making long shadows out of the ordinary suburban houses. Somewhere in Devon, Neville Longbottom was having a perfectly quiet summer and had no idea what was coming. Somewhere in Ottery St. Catchpole, Luna Lovegood was probably reading something that would later turn out to be relevant in ways no one could have predicted. And somewhere in London, Hermione was on the underground with a notepad full of evidence and a legal argument that was 700 years old and completely, unassailably valid. Harry walked through the evening with the rings on his hand and thought, 10 days. Then he thought, let's make it 7. Chapter 3, Bones and Stone. Amelia Bones lived alone. Harry hadn't known that before he knocked on her door at 8 in the morning on a Thursday in mid-July, but it was evident from the house itself, a narrow terraced property in a quiet street in Hertfordshire that was tidy in the specific way of someone who had learned to maintain order as a personal discipline rather than a domestic pleasure. No clutter on the windowsills. The front garden small and precise. A single light on in the upstairs window when Harry arrived, which went out about 30 seconds before the front door opened. She was already dressed. That told him something too. Amelia Bones was a compact woman in her mid-50s with short grey hair and square-framed glasses that she wore like someone who considered them a tool rather than an accessory. She had the eyes of a person who had spent 30 years in magical law enforcement, not hard, exactly, but accustomed to looking at things directly and accurately, without flinching and without embellishment. She looked at Harry on her doorstep, and then at the rings on his right hand, and then back at his face, and Harry watched her do the calculation in real time. I wondered how long it would take, she said. You knew. Not specifically. Not the rings. She stepped back from the door. Come in. I'll make tea. Her kitchen was at the back of the house, looking out over a small garden where someone had recently been growing herbs and was currently losing the battle against a very determined patch of mint. Harry sat at the table, which was bare except for a copy of the Daily Prophet folded to the crossword. Bones filled the kettle and set it on the stove and moved around the kitchen with the economy of someone who had no patience for unnecessary motion. "I knew something had shifted," she said, with her back to him. 3 weeks ago. An account manager at Gringotts mentioned, in the way that goblins mention things, that Vault 3 had been accessed. He didn't say by whom. He didn't need to. She took 2 cups from the cupboard. The only person who could access Vault 3 is someone who holds 3 specific bloodlines simultaneously. The list of people who meet that criterion is extremely short. She turned around and looked at him. "It's a list of 1, Mr. Potter. As of 1981. You've done your research." "I've been doing my research since Edgar died," she said, with the even tone of someone stating a fact they've had sufficient time to accommodate. Her brother, Harry, remembered. Edgar Bones and his family, killed by Death Eaters. He hadn't known the details, but he knew the name. 20 years of sitting in that chamber and watching people make decisions that they had no legal business making, and not being able to stop it because I didn't have the votes and I didn't have the evidence, and every time I raised an objection I was outvoted or outmaneuvered or simply ignored. She poured the water. "I've been building a file. Paper records, not magical, harder to destroy. I have 17 years of documented decisions, documented vote tallies, documented relationships between members and the families that fund them." She set a cup in front of Harry. "I suspect your evidence is considerably more comprehensive." "Memory stones," Harry said. "From Vault 3. They cover 47 years and 43 current members." Bones sat down. She wrapped both hands around her teacup and looked at him steadily. "How many of those 43 are implicated in the wrongful release of Death Eaters?" 12. A muscle moved in her jaw. That was the only visible response. Bellatrix Lestrange and her associates received minimum security protocols in 1982 before being placed in the high-security wing, she said. That should have been maximum security and isolation from the first day. The paperwork reducing their security classification was signed by 3 Wizengamot members whose names I have in my file. "They're in the stones," Harry said. "Yes." She drank her tea. "I assumed they would be." Harry looked at her. She was looking back at him with the direct, undecorated attention she gave everything, and Harry thought about what Hermione had said, that Amelia Bones appeared in none of the memories. 20 years in the Wizengamot, in a chamber full of people actively engaged in various categories of corruption, and she'd kept her hands clean. That was not an easy thing. It required constant resistance to what probably felt, day by day, like common sense. Just go along. Just this once. The institution is bigger than the individual objection. Why are you telling me this? Harry said. You didn't have to open the door. No, she agreed. I didn't. She set down her teacup. I'm telling you because I've spent 20 years watching people decide the institution was too important to challenge, and I think that's exactly backward. The institution isn't important because it exists. It's important because of what it's supposed to do. If it isn't doing that thing, then protecting it from challenge is just protecting a mechanism that stopped working. She paused. And because whatever you're planning, you're going to need someone on the inside who isn't going to warn the others. Harry had been thinking about this since yesterday. About who in the Wizengamot could be trusted and how much and with what information. He'd talked it through with Hermione last night in the parlor at Grimmauld Place, which still smelled of old wood and something faintly chemical from the potions Sirius had apparently stored in the east cupboard, and which felt like operating from inside a very large and slightly melancholy thought. Hermione's position was that they needed to keep the circle tight. Nobody in the Wizengamot knew anything until Harry invoked his authority formally and in session, because the moment one member knew, there was a chain reaction of self-preservation that could compromise the proceedings before they started. Harry's instinct, looking at Bones across her kitchen table, was that she was an exception to that rule. His instincts had been reliably good since the rings. Not perfect, he wasn't operating on some kind of prophetic autopilot. But clear. Uncluttered. He listened to them. I'm not going to tell you the timing, Harry said. For reasons that are practical rather than personal. Understood. But I want to know what to expect when I walk in. The chamber, the procedures, who sits where, who's likely to move first when it starts. He looked at her. You know that chamber better than anyone who isn't in those stones. Bones nodded slowly. The session schedule is public. The Wizengamot sits every second and fourth Thursday of each month for regular business. The next full session, with all members required to attend, is the 30th of July. That's a mandatory attendance session, ministry business that requires a quorum. Every member will be there. She folded her hands on the table. You walk in and invoke the convergence at the start of the session, before any other business is introduced. That's the procedurally correct moment. Once you invoke, the session's agenda is suspended and ancient law takes precedence. Anyone who walks out at that point is in contempt of the convergence, which under the Third Charter is itself a criminal offense. So the moment I invoke, they're locked in, Harry said. Legally, yes. Physically, she tilted her head. Some will try to leave anyway. Some will contest the invocation on procedural grounds. You should expect that. Specifically, you should expect Umbridge to move immediately to challenge your standing, and at least 3 or 4 members to support the challenge. They'll cite the dormancy clause, the argument that an authority used for 300 years can't simply be reactivated. The dormancy clause, Harry said. Hermione mentioned that as a possibility. It's their strongest procedural argument. Bones's voice was measured. The counter to it is that the Third Charter explicitly states the convergence's authority is inherent, not procedural. It doesn't require activation or regular use to remain valid. The legal precedent is clear, but they'll make the argument anyway because even a few minutes of contestation gives people time to act. She paused. By which I mean send messages, destroy documents, prepare emergency applications to the International Confederation of Wizards. Can the ICW intervene? In theory. In practice, by the time a formal application reached the ICW, reached their review committee, was processed and voted on, you'd have already finished. She looked at her teacup. The ICW process takes a minimum of 3 weeks. You're not planning to take 3 weeks. No, Harry said. I'm not. Good. Something shifted in her expression, not quite warmth, but the specific quality of respect between people who have decided to trust each other's competence. Then the procedural challenge is a delaying tactic, not a genuine obstacle. If you are prepared with the legal citations, you can answer it in under 5 minutes and it will have no further standing. Hermione's working on the citations now. Of course she is. For the first time, Bones almost smiled. Miss Granger's academic record is, let's say I was aware of it. We all were. When someone scores 14 outstanding OWLS we tend to notice. She also found a note in the Third Charter that I think ends the dormancy argument before it starts, Harry said. Section 9, Paragraph 4, the convergence is not a title conferred by procedure. It is a state of being determined by bloodline and confirmed by the rings themselves. Dormancy implies a process that must be restarted. The convergence does not restart. It resumes. Bones looked at him for a moment. She found that last night. She found it at 2 in the morning and knocked on my door to tell me about it, which is pretty much the most Hermione thing she's ever done. The almost smile became an actual one, brief and genuine. Cite it early. Before Umbridge finishes her first sentence if you can manage it. She stood and collected the teacups, taking them to the sink. There are other things you should know. Practical things, about the chamber itself. She talked for 40 minutes. Harry listened with the focused attention of someone who understood that the information he was receiving was the difference between a legal proceeding and a disaster. Bones walked him through the physical layout of the chamber, where the chief warlock sat, the configuration of the member benches, the specific seating arrangements that put the most likely opposition in the upper left tier, why that mattered for sight lines and magical response. She told him about the chamber's own protective enchantments, ancient spells that dampened offensive magic cast at the presiding authority, which would help if someone decided words were insufficient. She told him about the recording scribe who sat at the base of the chief warlock's podium, whose record was the official legal document of everything said and done in session. Make sure the scribe keeps recording throughout, she said. Some members will try to call a recess specifically to interrupt the official record. Don't allow it. Can I refuse a motion for recess? As the convergence, you are not subject to procedural motions from the floor. You can hear them as a courtesy. You are not obligated to honor them. She dried her hands on a small towel. Mr. Potter. I want to ask you something directly. Go ahead. What are you planning to do about Dumbledore? The kitchen was quiet. Harry looked at the window, at the mint outside that was winning its slow war against everything else in the garden. He's in the memory stones, Harry said. Not for what the others did. Different things. But he's there. Yes, Bones said. I suspected he would be. He is not corrupt in the way Fudge is corrupt. I want to be clear that I'm not suggesting equivalence. But he has made decisions about wizarding governance, about the management of information, about certain individuals' legal standing. She stopped. About your legal standing, specifically. I know. What will you do? Harry thought about the first memory from the bowl. Dumbledore in candlelight, explaining why a boy should be managed. He thought about 5 years of being kept deliberately ignorant. He thought about the letter in his pocket. The people who will try to talk you out of using it will do so with good arguments. Some of them will love you. His offenses under ancient law are different from the others, Harry said. Interference with hereditary succession, which is a third charter violation but not a criminal one in the same category as what Fudge and Umbridge and the rest have done. Azkaban isn't the appropriate sentence. He met Bones's eyes. But he doesn't get to preside over the session. He's a member who has legal exposure. He has to sit on the floor with everyone else. Bones was quiet for a moment. He won't like that. No. He'll understand it, which is different from liking it. She looked at him for a long moment, the direct, assessing look of someone who had spent decades evaluating people's fitness for things. You've thought about this carefully. It's what the rings do, Harry said. Or what they help me do. The thinking was always there. There was just too much noise before. She nodded. Then, there's one more thing. And this one is, I want you to hear it fully before you respond. All right. She sat back down. Both hands on the table. The posture of someone preparing to say something they've been sitting with for a long time. Your evidence is unimpeachable, your legal standing is clear, and I believe completely in what you're doing. But you need to understand that some of the members who will be sentenced in that chamber are not bad people. She held up a hand before Harry could respond. I'm not saying they're innocent. I'm saying they are people who made bad choices incrementally, over years, in an environment that normalized those choices and punished resistance. They are people who are genuinely afraid, who have families, who have convinced themselves that what they were doing was pragmatic rather than wrong. She paused. I'm telling you this not to ask you for mercy, the law is the law and they broke it. I'm telling you because the way you conduct this matters. If you walk in there with contempt for them, as if this is about what you think of them personally, you will create martyrs. People who should be held accountable will become symbols of persecution. She looked at him steadily. But if you walk in there with the law, and only the law, and conduct yourself with the kind of authority that makes it clear this is not personal, that you would do this regardless of who was in those seats because the law requires it, then what you create is a precedent. A moment that changes what British wizardry is. Harry sat with that for a moment. It's not personal, he said. To be honest, it stopped feeling personal around the 10th or 11th memory stone. At that point it became, it's just true. These are true things and they require a true response and I have the legal authority to provide that response. He paused. I haven't been wronged, exactly. Or, I have been, but that's not why I'm doing this. I'm doing this because it's correct. Because the alternative is knowing it and doing nothing, and I can't be that person. Bones looked at him. Something in her expression settled, not into relief, exactly. Into something more like confirmation. The expression of a person who had been hoping something was true and was now certain that it was. Good, she said quietly. That's exactly right. Harry stood. One last question. What do I do if someone in that chamber tries to curse me? Bones considered this. The chamber's dampening enchantments will reduce the impact of any offensive spell significantly. Additionally, as the presiding authority under ancient law, you have the legal right to respond to any magical attack in session with whatever force you consider necessary, and that response will not be subject to criminal review. She paused. So if someone curses you, you curse them back, and it's legal. Good to know. I also suspect, she said, standing, that between those rings and whatever you've been developing over 6 years of Hogwarts and other experiences, you are not particularly worried about someone cursing you. Not particularly, Harry agreed. She walked him to the front door. On the step, in the thin morning light, Harry turned back and said, "Thank you. For the information, and for," he stopped. "For not warning them. I told you. The institution is only important if it works," Bones said. "For 20 years it hasn't been working. I'm not going to protect the mechanism just because I work inside it." She looked at him, and there was something in her face that Harry thought was the closest she came to emotion in a direct sense, not suppressed, just held with enormous discipline. "My brother believed in the law. He died believing that it would protect people. I would like him to have been right about something." Harry nodded. He didn't say anything, because there wasn't anything to say that wasn't smaller than what she'd just said. He walked back down the path, hands in his pockets, and heard the door close behind him with a quiet, definitive click. He thought about Amelia Bones the whole way back to London. About the specific kind of courage it took to stay inside a corrupted institution for 20 years, keeping your hands clean, building a file, waiting for something that might never come. Not a dramatic courage, no single moment of crisis and decision. Just the daily, grinding courage of refusal. Of being outvoted and outmaneuvered and looked at by people who knew you knew and didn't care, and showing up anyway, because the alternative was abandoning the thing to the people who were breaking it. He had enormous respect for her. He also understood that the things she'd endured by staying were things that wouldn't have happened if someone had done, earlier, what he was about to do now. That was the part that made him move faster. He arrived at Grimmauld Place at 10:15. He'd worked out the address arrangement with Hermione. She'd had to be told the secret as the new secret keeper, which had required some legal wrangling with Gringotts about the Fidelius Charm's transfer of custody, but it was done. The house sat on its square of London Street, unremarkable, invisible to everyone who hadn't been told the address, and Harry let himself in with the key that had been in the envelope with the will documents. The hallway smelled the same. He'd expected that, but it still caught him, that specific mixture of old wood and dust and the faint ghost of pipe smoke that probably dated back 200 years and would outlast everyone currently alive. Mrs. Black's portrait was covered with the curtain, which Hermione had nailed more firmly to the wall after the painting had successfully detached it twice. The hallway was quiet. Ron was coming down the stairs with a plate of toast. He'd apparently been using the kitchen for the past hour, which Harry could tell because there was a smear of what appeared to be marmalade on his sleeve, and the warm smell of bread was threading through the old house's more persistent odors and doing something pleasant to the atmosphere. "Neville and Luna are in the kitchen," Ron said. "They arrived about 20 minutes ago. Luna arrived first, she appeared at the door before I'd even sent the owl, actually, which I'm choosing not to think about too hard." He held out the toast. "Bones?" "Solid," Harry said, taking a slice. "She's on our side. She's not going to warn anyone, and she gave me the tactical layout of the chamber." He ate the toast as they walked. "She also confirmed the 30th of July as the target date. That's 12 days. I know. Harry pushed open the kitchen door. Neville was sitting at the far end of the table with a mug of tea, and he looked like Neville had been looking for the past year, which was to say that he looked like someone who had been quietly angry for a very long time and had gotten very good at existing alongside the anger without letting it run him. He'd grown over the summer, not dramatically, but enough. He held himself differently than he had in first year. Than he had even last year. The Department of Mysteries had done something to Neville, the same thing it had done to all of them, except that for Neville it had completed a process rather than started one. Luna was sitting at the other end of the table, eating a piece of toast with radish jam from a jar she had apparently brought herself. She was watching Harry with the calm, receptive attention she brought to everything, like a person who had decided the world was fundamentally interesting and was in no hurry to stop finding out why. "Hello, Harry," she said. "You've got 3 rings on your right hand that weren't there in June." "Yes," Harry said. He sat down. "That's more or less the whole story," he told them. He laid it out the same way he'd laid it out with Ron and Hermione in the vault: the letter, the rings, the memory stones, the legal framework. He was direct and complete, and he didn't soften the parts that needed to be heard without softening. When he got to Frank and Alice Longbottom, he looked at Neville and didn't look away. "The signatures on the security classification reduction are in the stones," he said. 3 members. Rosier, Flint, and Parkinson Sr. He paused. "All 3 are still sitting." Neville's hands were flat on the table. He was looking at a point somewhere between the table's surface and whatever he was thinking. "Parkinson," he said, quietly. "Parkinson still on the Wizengamot?" "Yes. His daughter was at Hogwarts with us." "In Slytherin?" "Yes." Neville nodded slowly. Then he looked up at Harry and his expression was very clear, the anger exactly where it had always been but controlled with the same total discipline he'd been developing for years, the same discipline that had made him the best herbology student at Hogwarts and the most unexpected fighter in the Department of Mysteries and one of the most quietly reliable people Harry had ever known. "Tell me what you need me to do." "Be there," Harry said. "When I invoke the authority, I want witnesses who have standing. You're a Longbottom. The Longbottom line is ancient, not convergence level, but old enough that your presence is legally notable. You're a survivor with direct injury from the negligence of the people in that room." He paused. "And I trust you. That matters." Neville nodded. "Okay." Luna set down her toast. "I'll come too," she said. "I don't have ancient legal standing specifically, but I think I might be useful." She tilted her head at Harry with the particular expression she got when she was describing something she could see that other people hadn't looked at correctly yet. "The rings are doing something interesting. The Peverell one especially. It's very quiet but it's paying attention." She paused. "Has it spoken to you yet?" "Not exactly," Harry said. "A resonance. Something that felt like clarity." "That sounds right," Luna said, as if this confirmed something. "I read about it. The Deathly Hallows magic doesn't communicate in words because it predates language, at least in the form we use. It communicates in states. Feelings that are actually information." She picked up her toast again. "You'll want to pay attention to it. Especially in the chamber." "I will," Harry said. "Also," Luna added, in the same conversational tone, "I suspect someone will try to curse you from behind during the proceedings. Middle left section of the upper tier. There's always someone in those sections who thinks they're braver than they are." Ron and Neville both looked at her. Hermione, who had come through the kitchen door carrying a substantial stack of parchment and hadn't yet sat down, paused in the act of sitting. "How do you know that?" Ron said. "I don't, exactly," Luna said. "It's more that I know what frightened, cornered people do. And frightened, cornered people in large groups always have one person in the middle left section who tries something physical." She looked at Harry with complete serenity. "That's just true." Harry filed it. "Hermione. The invocation. Hermione sat down and spread her parchment. It was covered with her handwriting, the small, precise text she used for serious work, paragraphs interspersed with legal citations in brackets. "I've drafted 3 versions," she said. "One formal, one extremely formal, and one that I'm calling the nuclear option, which is formal to the point where even the punctuation is legally loaded." She sorted through the pages. "My recommendation is the extremely formal version for the written invocation we send through Gringotts, and the nuclear option for what Harry speaks aloud in the chamber when he invokes." She looked at Harry. "The spoken invocation is permanent record. It establishes the legal basis for everything that follows. Every word needs to be precise." "Read me the nuclear option," Harry said. She read it aloud, and as she did, the kitchen was quiet in a way that kitchens usually aren't, even old ones. The words had weight, not through drama but through precision, the specific gravity of language that had been built to do exactly one thing and had been built to do it perfectly. When she finished, Harry sat with it for a moment. Then he said, "Change I hereby invoke in the second paragraph to I now restore." Invoke sounds like it needs permission. Restore is the correct word. I'm not creating something new. I'm restoring something that should never have been suspended. Hermione looked at the page, then back at Harry. Yes. That's better. She made the change. That's actually significantly better because it preempts the dormancy argument at the word level. Restore implies continuity. Invoke implies activation. That's why, Harry said. Neville was looking at him with an expression Harry recognized, the specific look of someone recalibrating their understanding of another person. Harry had been getting that look from people since he'd put the rings on, and he didn't mind it. He wasn't different, exactly. He was just more himself, which apparently looked different from the outside. "When we walk into that chamber," Neville said, "what happens if they try to claim you're not of age?" "You're 16. The third charter has no age requirement for the convergence," Hermione said. "The authority is bloodline confirmed, not age confirmed. Additionally, under the ancient house's succession law, accepting the lordship rings constitutes majority regardless of calendar age." Harry became a legal adult the moment he accepted all 3 rings. She paused. "I had the same question at 3 in the morning, so you're in good company." Neville absorbed this. "All right," he said. "Then, Parkinson." He said it again, quiet and even, as if testing the weight of it. 20 years. My parents have been in St. Mungo's for 20 years because someone decided their security classification should be reduced for, what? Convenience. Politics. Money, Harry said. Parkinson donated 40,000 galleons to the Wizengamot Infrastructure Fund in 1982. The signatures came through 4 days later. The kitchen was very quiet. "Azkaban," Neville said. "One word. Not a question." "Azkaban," Harry confirmed. Luna reached over and put her hand on Neville's arm briefly, the way Luna did things, without announcement or self-consciousness, exactly as natural as breathing. Neville looked at her, and something in his face shifted, not softening, exactly, but the anger moving to where it needed to be, away from the front of him, converted into something that could be carried without breaking anything. 12 days, Harry said, looking around the table. At Hermione with her parchment and her irrepressible need to make things legally airtight. At Ron who had come because Harry asked and would stay because that was who Ron was. At Neville who had 20 years of quiet fury that was finally going to be useful. At Luna who saw things no one else saw and said them plainly and was always, inexplicably, correct. 12 days to get ready. Then we walk into the oldest chamber in British wizardry and we do what should have been done years ago. He paused. "Any questions?" "Just one," Ron said. "Are we telling Ginny?" Harry thought about Ginny. About her directness, her precision, the way she had of looking at a situation and finding its center. "If she wants in," he said. "But that's your call, not mine. She's your sister." Ron thought about it for exactly 4 seconds. She'll want in, he said. And honestly she'll be better prepared than most of us. He paused. Also if I don't tell her and she finds out later she'll be furious and that's considerably more terrifying than the Wizengamot. Then tell her, Harry said. Already texted her, Ron said. He caught Hermione's look. I meant, I already sent the owl. This morning. Before I left. Before we'd even agreed she should be told. Hermione said. I knew she'd want in, Ron said, without apology. I know my sister. Luna made a small sound that might have been a laugh, contained at the last moment. Neville was looking at the table, but the corners of his mouth had moved. Outside the kitchen window, London went about its summer day, completely unaware that in a house on this street, at this table, in a kitchen that smelled of old wood and new toast, 6 people were 12 days away from changing the shape of Wizarding Britain entirely. Harry looked at the rings. The ruby caught the morning light coming through the window. Restore, he thought. Not invoke. Not create. Restore. He was ready. Chapter 4, The Headmaster's Gambit. Dumbledore came on a Sunday. Harry had been expecting it, not the specific day, not the knock at the door at 6:30 in the evening when the summer light was going amber through the Grimmauld Place windows, but the visit itself. The fact of it. He'd known from the moment he decided not to write the 3rd letter that this conversation was coming, and he'd spent some portion of each of the last 9 days thinking about it, not anxiously but the way you think about weather when you know it's coming and you've already decided not to change your plans because of it. He was in the study on the 1st floor when Hermione knocked and said, through the door, "He's here," with the tone of someone who had also been expecting this and was now operating in a state of managed calm. Harry set down the document he'd been reviewing, Hermione's final draft of the legal invocation, which they'd gone through 4 times now and which was as close to perfect as anything Harry had ever read, and stood and rolled his neck and went downstairs. Dumbledore was standing in the hallway. Not sitting, standing, which was notable because Dumbledore almost always made himself comfortable in other people's spaces, settled into whatever chair was nearest with the ease of a man who had decided long ago that all rooms were essentially his rooms. That he was standing told Harry something about his state of mind. He looked older. Harry noticed that first, not dramatically, not in any single feature, but in the accumulated quality of him, as if the summer had added something. He was wearing deep blue robes and his half-moon glasses and he had his wand in his hand, not raised, just held, which Harry suspected was habit under unusual circumstances. His expression was a complicated thing. Not angry. Not cold. Something more careful than either, the expression of a man who had come prepared to be very precise and was hoping that precision would be sufficient. His eyes went to Harry's right hand immediately. The rings caught the hallway light, the ruby, the violet depth, the absolute dark of the Peverell band. Dumbledore looked at them for 2 seconds and then looked at Harry's face and Harry watched him complete an assessment that he suspected took in rather more than just the obvious. "Harry," he said. "Professor," Harry said. "Come in." They went to the sitting room. Harry had been spending time in it over the past week and it had begun to lose some of its oppressive quality, the heavy curtains pushed back, the surfaces cleared of the odder dark artifacts, a fire in the grate that was just a fire, no magical monitoring properties. Ron had put a chess set on the small table by the window. Luna had left a book on the mantelpiece. These small ordinary things had done something to the room's atmosphere. Dumbledore looked around as he settled into a chair. Not investigating, just taking in the space, noting its recent inhabitants. His eyes rested briefly on the chess set and then on the stack of parchment on the writing desk, too far away to read from where he sat. Harry sat across from him and waited. "I know why I'm here," Dumbledore said, which was characteristic. He'd always preferred to move past the performance of pretending he didn't know things. "I know about Vault 3. I know about the memory stones. I know, broadly, what you're planning to do with what you found there." He paused. "I would like to talk to you about it. Not to stop you, I want to be clear about that distinction from the beginning. I'd like to talk to you." "All right," Harry said. Talk. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then, how are you, Harry? I'm not going to be managed into a personal conversation first, Harry said. Not unkindly. You came here for a specific reason. Let's have that conversation. Something moved in Dumbledore's expression, acknowledgement, Harry thought. Recognition. The expression of a chess player who has been surprised by a move not because it was unexpected in the abstract, but because the person who made it was not supposed to make it yet. Very well, he said. The Wizengamot session on the 30th. Yes. You intend to invoke the convergence. Restore, Harry said. The correct word is restore. The authority was never suspended. It was dormant. There's a legal distinction and it matters. Dumbledore looked at him for a moment. You've been very thorough. Hermione's been very thorough. I've been very clear about what I want, which is what gives the thoroughness direction. Harry held the older man's gaze. You went to Gringotts after the vault was accessed. You asked about the contents. I did, Dumbledore said, without any attempt at deflection. Sharpfang declined to inform me, as I expected he would. Gringotts' neutrality is genuine, not merely stated. He folded his hands in his lap. The memory stones. I imagine I appear in them. The 1981 meeting, Harry said. The sealed correspondence. Your instructions to Gringotts regarding the timing of disclosure of my hereditary standing. He paused. There's also a notation in the House memory regarding your role in certain Wizengamot proceedings over the past 15 years, specifically, instances where your authority as Chief Warlock was used to table discussions about the release of Death Eaters rather than oppose them directly. The distinction being that opposition leaves a record. Tabling leaves room. Dumbledore was quiet for longer this time. The fire made small sounds. Outside, London continued. You've reviewed those carefully, he said. Several times. And your assessment of them? That they're not in the same category as what Fudge and Umbridge and the others have done, Harry said. That they reflect a different kind of failure, not corruption, but the belief that you could manage the situation better than the law could, and that managing it required you to make decisions that weren't yours to make. He kept his voice level, because this was not about anger and he didn't want it to become about anger. Including decisions about what I should know. Dumbledore let that sit for a moment. Then he said, I made those decisions out of genuine concern for you. I know, Harry said. I still believe, in some measure, that your awareness of your full legal standing would have been a burden rather than a tool, at an age when you were not equipped to use it responsibly. I know you believe that, Harry said. I also think you believed it would make you easier to protect, and easier to position, if I didn't know the full picture. I don't think those two things were separate for you. I think the genuine concern and the strategic utility of my ignorance were, convenient together. Close enough that they felt like the same thing. Silence. That is, Dumbledore said, after a moment, a very uncomfortable thing to hear. Primarily because it's accurate. He looked at his hands. For the first time in Harry's memory, he looked not old but tired, which was different. Old was something Dumbledore wore well. Tired was not. I have made choices about what you needed to know and when, and some of those choices were wrong. I have known they were wrong and continued making them because the alternative, telling you everything, felt like placing a weapon in the hands of someone who hadn't yet learned what it was for. He looked up. I was wrong about that, Harry. I can see that clearly now. Good, Harry said. He meant it simply. This was not a conversation he wanted to win. Because what I need from you right now isn't an apology. The apology can come later and I'll hear it properly when it does. Right now I need to know what you're going to do. What do you mean? You're the Chief Warlock. When I walk into that chamber and invoke, restore, the convergence, you're sitting in the Chief Warlock's chair. That's a problem. Harry kept his eyes on the older man. You have legal exposure in the memory stones. Not criminal exposure, your violations are third charter procedural breaches, not capital corruption. Azkaban isn't appropriate for what you did. But you can't preside over a session where you're potentially subject to sentencing. That's a direct conflict of interest that would give everyone in that chamber grounds to challenge the entire proceeding. Dumbledore was still. You're asking me to recuse myself. I'm asking you to step down from the Chief Warlock's chair before the session begins. Officially. With your seal, filed through Gringotts, so it's in the legal record before I walk in. Harry paused. If you do that voluntarily, it demonstrates that you understand what the law requires and that you respect the process. It removes the conflict of interest argument before anyone can make it. And it puts you in a position where your cooperation is part of the record. And if I don't? Then I remove you from the chair in session, using the Convergence's authority, which I have the legal right to do. And that becomes part of the record instead, which is a considerably less dignified entry for you. Harry's voice wasn't threatening, it was just honest. I'd rather the first version. Dumbledore looked at him with an expression Harry had never seen on his face before. It wasn't the warm, slightly amused attention he usually deployed. It wasn't the sorrowful gravity he used for hard conversations. It was something rawer than either, the expression of a man confronting a situation he had known was coming and had underestimated anyway. You've thought about every angle of this, Dumbledore said. I've had help. And I've had time. Harry leaned forward slightly. Professor. I'm not asking you to stop doing what you do. The work against Voldemort continues, it has to continue, and frankly a lot of what you're doing there is necessary in a way that my legal proceedings aren't going to affect. I'm not dismantling the order. I'm not removing your ability to operate. I'm asking you to step aside from one specific chair in one specific chamber because remaining in it would compromise a legal process that is necessary for British wizardry to function the way it's supposed to function. And if I told you, Dumbledore said carefully, that the timing was dangerous? That destabilizing the Wizengamot in the middle of a war with Voldemort could create vulnerabilities that, I'd say that the Wizengamot in its current state is already a vulnerability, Harry said. 43 members who are compromised, 12 of whom actively facilitated the release of Death Eaters, several of whom are actively obstructing the war effort because acknowledging Voldemort's return threatens the political arrangements they benefit from. He held Dumbledore's gaze. The institution is not stable because it's currently populated. It's corrupted because it is. A new Wizengamot, populated by members who got their seats because they were actually qualified and actually honest, is a stronger wartime body than the current one. Not immediately, there'll be disruption, yes, weeks of disruption. But the alternative is fighting the war with an institution at our back that we can't trust. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. The fire had settled to low embers. Harry didn't fill the silence. He'd learned, over years of conversations with this man, that the silence was where Dumbledore actually decided things, and interrupting it was counterproductive. Finally, the 30th of July. Yes. You need the recusal filed before then. By the 28th at the latest. Through Gringotts, as I said, not through ministry channels, because ministry channels will leak. Another silence. Shorter this time. You've become very like your mother, Dumbledore said, and his voice had shifted, quieter, something less formal in it. She had the same quality of clarity. Of knowing her own mind absolutely. It was sometimes uncomfortable. He looked at the fire. She would have been extraordinarily proud of you. Harry felt that land. He let it, without letting it move anything out of place. I know, he said. I hope so. Your father also. Though James would have been vocal about it in ways that would have embarrassed everyone in the room. Harry almost smiled despite himself. He pressed it down. The recusal, Professor. Dumbledore looked at him. Then he nodded, a single, definitive movement, nothing tentative about it. The decision made and made completely. I'll file it by the 27th. You'll have it in time. He paused. There are certain individuals. Members of the Order who have connections in the Wizengamot. Not compromised members, but people who will be shaken by what you're doing and who may react in ways that complicate your proceedings. I can speak to them beforehand. Not to warn them, but to prepare them. So that they don't act out of confusion when they should be observing. Who specifically? Dumbledore named 3 people. Harry didn't know 2 of them, but the third was Elphia's Doge, and Harry had liked Doge at the wedding, the old man who'd written such a warm obituary for Dumbledore that he'd clearly written it years before it was needed, just in case. Doge will need guidance, Dumbledore said. He has strong feelings about institutional stability that will put him in conflict with what you're doing even though what you're doing is right. If I speak to him first, he will still be distressed, but he won't act. That works, Harry said. But you speak to those 3 only. No one else. Understood. And you don't tell them specifics. Just that significant legal events are pending that they should observe without intervening. Yes. Dumbledore stood. He was back to his full height, the tiredness that Harry had noticed earlier replaced by something more like resolution, the expression of a man who had been carrying a thing a long way and had finally set it down in the right place. Harry. I want to say something that is not part of the negotiation. Harry waited. I have spent 15 years telling myself that protecting you and managing you were the same project. They were not. They were sometimes aligned and sometimes directly opposed, and when they were opposed I chose management more often than I should have. He looked at Harry with the direct attention that was, underneath all the chess-playing and the strategic calculation, genuinely one of the most present forms of attention Harry had ever been given. You deserved better than that. Not because of what you are, not because of the bloodlines or the rings or the convergence. Because of who you are. Which is someone with the judgment and the courage and the moral clarity to deserve the full truth. A pause. I am sorry, Harry. Harry looked at him. Thought about the letter in the vault, 700 years old, unsigned, written by someone who knew the things that are worth knowing, and thought about what it said about love and good arguments and the important distinction between the two. I hear you, Harry said. We'll talk properly after the 30th. Right now I need you to do what you said you'd do. I will. And Professor. Harry said it as Dumbledore reached the sitting room door. Voldemort's going to respond to what I do in that chamber. Probably fast. I'll need your help with what comes after. The war doesn't end on the 30th, it accelerates. He held the old man's gaze. I'm not pushing you out. I'm just not letting you run things from behind the curtain anymore. You work with me or you work alongside me. But the days of you deciding what I know and when I know it are finished. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Something in his expression was complicated in a way Harry couldn't fully parse, grief, maybe, or the particular feeling of watching someone step into a role you've been keeping for them, intact and waiting, and recognizing both your own part in the wait and your hope for what comes after. Yes, Dumbledore said. I understand. He left. Harry heard the front door, and then nothing, and then the house settling back into its particular quiet. Ron was in the kitchen doorway. Harry turned to find him there, leaning against the frame with his arms crossed and his expression carefully neutral in the way that meant he'd been listening and was giving Harry the option of whether to discuss it. He's filing the recusal, Harry said. Yeah. I heard. Ron came into the hallway. You all right? Yes, Harry said, and meant it. He felt the same as he had before the conversation, clear, steady, the noise low. The rings on his hand were exactly as they'd been. It's strange. I thought that would be harder. It was hard, Ron said. You were just ready for it. Harry thought about that. Maybe. He glanced up the stairs, toward the study where the parchment waited. We've got 10 days. 9, technically. 9. Harry started for the stairs. I want to run through the Hermione's legal framework one more time tonight. And I want to go over the chamber layout with everyone tomorrow. Bones gave me enough detail to do a practical walkthrough. I'll get Hermione, Ron said, already turning toward the kitchen. He paused. Harry. What Dumbledore said, about your mum. That was, that was real, right? Even with everything, that was real. Harry had his hand on the stair banister. He didn't turn around. I know, he said. That's the part that makes it complicated. He went upstairs. Behind him, he heard Ron heading for the kitchen, calling Hermione's name. Heard the sounds of the house beginning its evening, footsteps, a door, the kettle being filled. He stood in the study for a moment before sitting down, his hand on the desk's edge, and looked at the rings in the lamplight. The ruby, low and warm. The violet, moving deep inside its stone. The black, absorbing everything. He thought about his mother. About the quality Dumbledore had named, clarity, knowing her own mind. He didn't have her memories and he never would, but he had the house, and sometimes that felt like something. Like standing in a shape of air that had held her once. He sat down and pulled Hermione's parchment toward him. 9 days. The days that followed had a particular texture, the texture of preparation, which is different from waiting. Waiting is passive, accumulative, just the passage of time. Preparation is active, purposeful, the steady compression of contingency into readiness. Harry had been in enough high-pressure situations to know the difference, and he knew which one he was in now, and he was grateful for it. Hermione worked on the invocation language each morning with the systematic intensity of someone who understood that precision in this context was the difference between a legal proceeding and a debatable performance. She found 3 additional precedent citations that strengthened the case against the dormancy argument, and she drafted a secondary document, a companion piece to the invocation, a formal statement of evidence summarizing the memory stone contents in sufficient detail for the chamber's recording scribe. The scribe records everything said and done in session, she told Harry on the 4th day, spreading parchment across the kitchen table. If I can submit this document as an exhibit at the start of proceedings, it becomes part of the permanent legal record before any member has a chance to contest it. The sentences you pass will be backed by documented evidence that's been officially entered. That makes the appeal process significantly harder. Can a member appeal? Ron asked. To whom? Luna said from behind her book. She was sitting in the corner armchair she'd claimed on her second day at Grimmauld Place, eating something from a paper bag that rustled pleasantly. Once the convergence sentences someone, the appeal has to go to an authority higher than the convergence. There isn't one. She's right, Hermione said, with the slight reluctance of someone confirming a point they'd checked 3 times because they wanted to be sure before admitting it. The 3rd charter is explicit. The convergence is the final judicial authority. There is no appeal mechanism above it. There's the ICW, Neville said. Who take 3 weeks minimum and have no enforcement authority over domestic British wizarding law, Hermione said. The ICW can express displeasure. They can't reverse the sentences. So once Harry sentences them, Ron said, it's done. It's done, Harry confirmed. They ran the chamber walkthrough 3 times, first with Hermione's notes and Bones's description, Harry talking through positioning and response, everyone identifying their role. Neville would stand at Harry's right. Ron at his left. Luna and Hermione slightly behind and to the sides. Ginny, when she arrived on the 6th day with a look on her face that said she'd been briefed by Ron and had spent the train journey from the Burrow deciding she was completely ready for this, took the position to Hermione's right with the easy competence of someone who adapted to tactical situations by assessing them rather than being assessed by them. She'd looked at Harry when she arrived, looked at the rings, looked at the kitchen full of people working, and said, tell me where you need me and what the legal exposure is if someone curses me in a Wizengamot session. Minimal, Hermione said. Under the 3rd charter, anyone who attacks a witness or companion of the convergence is subject to immediate contempt charges. Good, Ginny said. Sit me somewhere with a clear sightline. She turned to Harry. Anything else? That's it, actually, Harry said. Right then. She sat down and took Hermione's spare copy of the chamber layout. Where's this middle left upper tier section Luna was worried about. They worked. And in the working, something happened that Harry hadn't expected, not the legal preparation, not the tactical rehearsal, but the other thing, the thing underneath it. The six of them in Sirius's house, around Sirius's kitchen table, filling Sirius's rooms with the sounds of people doing important things together. The house changed under the occupation. Not structurally, the heavy curtains were still heavy, the dark wood was still dark, the portrait of Mrs. Black was still nailed firmly under its curtain and occasionally made a sound like someone being extremely dignified about a minor inconvenience. But the quality of the air changed. The accumulated weight of the place shifted from oppressive to inhabited, from abandoned to held. Harry noticed it on the 7th day. He was coming downstairs early and the kitchen light was on, and through the door he could hear Ron and Ginny having a low-pitched argument about whether the correct approach to boiling eggs was to start from cold water or boiling water, an argument that had the specific warmth of something that had been happening since childhood, and he stopped on the stair and just listened for a moment. Sirius would have liked this, he thought. Sirius would have been in the kitchen contributing a third incorrect opinion about eggs and laughing that laugh, and the house would have felt like his, and the fact that it didn't feel like his anymore was a permanent subtraction from the world, a wound that wasn't going to close. But the house was full of people who mattered, doing something that mattered. And that was, not the same, but not nothing. Harry went into the kitchen and said, "Start from cold water, Ron's right, but you want a lid on," and Ginny said, "Thank you," and Ron said, "Don't encourage her," and the morning began. On the 8th day, Dumbledore's recusal arrived through Gringotts. Hermione brought it to Harry in the study, a formal document, perfectly executed, bearing Dumbledore's seal and the Gringotts counter-seal confirming it had been officially filed. The language was precise and the admission was complete, and it named the conflict of interest explicitly, which Harry had not required but which Dumbledore had included anyway. He read it once, set it down, and said, "Good." "Harry," Hermione said. She was holding something else, a folded letter that had arrived with the recusal. He also sent this. The letter was personal, not formal. 3 lines only. "The Deputy Chief Warlock is Griselda Marchbanks, who is not in the Memory Stones and who will conduct the session in a technically correct manner if you notify her of what to expect. I have not contacted her. I leave that to your judgment. I will be watching from the public gallery." Harry read it. Thought about it. Then picked up a quill and wrote a short note to Amelia Bones asking whether she could arrange a private meeting with Griselda Marchbanks on the 29th. 2 days before the 30th. 1 day before everything changed. He sealed the letter, handed it to the owl Hermione had stationed in the East Room, and watched it go out the window and into the afternoon sky over London. 9 days of preparation had become 1 day of waiting, and Harry sat in Sirius's study with the rings on his hand and the sound of his friends working in the rooms below him, and felt entirely ready. Chapter 5, Preparation is its own kind of war. Griselda Marchbanks was 87 years old and had examined more Hogwarts students for their OWLS and NEWTS than she could count, which she said with the specific pride of someone who considered that number a personal achievement rather than a professional statistic. She had also, as she informed Harry within 30 seconds of sitting down across from him in Bones's front room on the 29th of July, examined Dumbledore himself for his NEWTS in 1899, and she had given him full marks in everything except divination, which she considered a discipline that attracted self-congratulatory guesswork dressed in mystical clothing. "I awarded him an acceptable," she said, setting her teacup down with the authority of someone delivering a verdict that had been final for 120 years. He was gracious about it. The mark was correct. Harry liked her immediately. She was small, not diminutive in the frail sense, but compact in the way of someone who had never wasted space or energy on anything unnecessary. Her white hair was pinned up with what appeared to be actual wand tips, 2 of them, which might have been an eccentricity or might have been practical, and Harry didn't ask. Her eyes were sharp and brown and looked at him the way Bones's eyes looked at him, directly, without performance, taking in what was actually there rather than what was expected. She'd looked at the rings the moment he sat down, the same way Bones had, and her expression had done something quick and complicated that resolved into focused attention. "Bones tells me what you're planning," she said. "Not the details. The shape of it." "The shape is accurate," Harry said. "The details are more comprehensive." "I imagine they are." She picked up her tea again. "You need me to conduct the session in a technically correct manner." "Meaning you need the formal procedures observed so there are no grounds to challenge on procedural breach." "Yes. The session needs to open properly, roll call, quorum confirmation, agenda read. Then before the first item of business is addressed, I'll invoke the convergence. The moment I do, the session procedure shifts from standard Wizengamot practice to ancient law. At that point I don't need you to conduct anything, you step aside. But the opening needs to be clean." Marchbanks looked at him steadily. "You're asking me to open a session that I know is going to result in the sentencing of 43 of my colleagues." "Yes. Some of whom I've known for 30 years. "Yes. And you want me to be technically correct throughout." "I want you to be technically correct and nothing else," Harry said. "I'm not asking you to assist, endorse, or participate beyond the procedural opening. I'm asking you to do your job, which you will do correctly regardless of what follows, because that's who you are." Marchbanks was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Dumbledore told you to come to me. He suggested it. The decision was mine. He suggested it because he knows me." She set down her tea again. "I am not a warm person, Mr. Potter. I am a fair one, which is different and in my experience more reliable. I have known for years that the Wizengamot was operating outside its legal mandate. I have raised objections through proper channels and those channels have been systematically closed." She looked at him with something that was neither warm nor cold but carried the specific quality of things that have been decided so completely they no longer require emotion to sustain them. "I will open the session correctly. I will conduct the roll call and confirm quorum and read the first 2 lines of the agenda before you stand. I will then step aside without comment or contest." A pause. "I will also make sure the recording scribe understands that their record is a legal document and that any attempt to interrupt or falsify it will result in criminal charges." "Thank you," Harry said. "Don't thank me. I'm doing it because it's correct." She looked at the rings again, then back at his face. "You're 16 years old. Legally an adult under ancient law from the moment I accepted the lordship rings," Harry said. "Hermione, Miss Granger, has the citations." "I'm aware of the citations. I examined Miss Granger for her OWLS. She scored 14 outstandings, which I mention because it's relevant to how much I trust her legal research." Marchbanks tilted her head. "I'm not challenging your standing. I'm making an observation." She paused. "Albus was right about one thing. You are very like your mother." "People keep saying that," Harry said. "I'm going to take it as useful information." She almost smiled. "Take it as a warning," she said, but her tone suggested she meant it as a compliment. Harry left Bones's house at 11:15 and walked to the end of the street where Hermione was waiting with Ron, both of them standing in the narrow evening light with the expressions of people who had been conducting their own parallel preparation and were ready to debrief. "Marchbanks?" Hermione said. "She's in," Harry said. "She'll open the session correctly and step aside. She'll also brief the recording scribe." He started walking. They fell into step on either side. "What did you find?" Because Hermione had been doing something else today. While Harry met with Marchbanks, Hermione had been at the Ministry Library, legitimate access, nothing covert, Hermione's ability to research in official spaces being a thing she treated as a natural right and which, in practice, no one had ever successfully challenged. She'd been looking for something specific. "The quorum threshold," Hermione said. Under the 1707 Charter, a standard session requires 31 members for quorum. But under ancient law, the Third Charter, the convergence session has no quorum requirement. It operates with whoever is present. She paused. Which matters because I've been thinking about something. When you invoke, some members are going to try to leave immediately. If enough of them leave, someone could argue that the session lacks quorum under standard rules and try to invalidate proceedings on that basis. But you just said there's no quorum requirement under ancient law, Ron said. There isn't. But the argument will be made anyway, because people make procedural arguments when they're frightened, regardless of whether those arguments are valid. What I found today is the specific counter-citation, Section 4, Clause 12 of the Third Charter. The authority of the convergence is not contingent upon the presence of those subject to it. Absence from proceedings does not remove liability, it constitutes contempt, which is itself a chargeable offense under the same authority. She said it with the precision of someone who had memorized it and was now setting it down exactly where it needed to go. So anyone who walks out doesn't escape the session. They add contempt to whatever they're already being charged with. Luna said something like that, Ron said. Back in the kitchen. About the legal trap. Luna was correct, Hermione said, with the tone she used when admitting that Luna had arrived somewhere she'd taken longer to reach. The chamber is a trap the moment Harry invokes. Not a physical trap, a legal one. Every choice they make after that point is documented and consequential. Harry thought about that as they walked. 43 people, many of them experienced in law and politics and institutional self-preservation, walking into a session expecting a routine Thursday and finding instead a 16-year-old with 3 ancient rings and a legal framework they couldn't argue their way out of. He felt no particular satisfaction about the trap aspect. It wasn't a trap in the predatory sense, it was just the law operating with precision for once, which ought to be unremarkable. The fact that it felt like a trap was a measure of how rarely it happened. The Memory Stone evidence document, Harry said. Where are we on that? Done, Hermione said. Final version. 43 pages, 1 per member, each page listing specific charges with Memory Stone citation numbers, dates, and the relevant legal provision each act violates. The charges are categorized by severity, Category 1 being capital corruption under the 1672 Act, Category 2 being the wrongful release provisions of the 1689 Detainment Charter, Category 3 being Third Charter procedural breaches. She paused. I also included a Category 4 which is, I'm calling it institutional conspiracy. The pattern of behavior across multiple members over multiple decades that demonstrates coordinated, deliberate suppression of legal process. She glanced at Harry. It's not a standard legal category. I created it. But the legal framework supports it. There are 3 separate precedents in pre-Wizengamot wizarding law where coordinated institutional misconduct was treated as a distinct and more severe offense than individual misconduct. Will it hold? Harry said. It will hold if anyone ever challenges it formally, which as we've established they can't do through normal channels. She tilted her chin slightly. It'll hold. They reached the underground station. Ron held the door. They descended into the warm evening smell of the tube, and for a few minutes they were just 3 teenagers on the London Underground, ordinary in every external feature, and Harry thought about what he used to wish for in the summers before Hogwarts, just ordinary, just unremarkable, just not standing out. He thought about how that had been the wrong wish. Not because standing out was good in itself, but because the wishing had come from fear, from the desire for smallness, and smallness hadn't served anyone. What he wanted now was not to be ordinary. What he wanted was to be useful in ways that matched the scale of what was broken. The ring sat on his hand. The other passengers on the tube car didn't look at him. The woman beside him was reading a paperback. The man across was asleep. London, entirely unaware. They got back to Grimmauld Place at 11:30 to find Neville at the kitchen table with what appeared to be 2 pounds of notes spread around him and a cup of something cold that had started as tea and been forgotten, and Ginny at the counter making sandwiches with the focused efficiency of someone who had decided food was a tactical consideration. Luna was in her armchair, asleep, her book face down on her chest, rising and falling gently. How'd it go? Neville said, looking up. Marchbanks is confirmed, Harry said. Hermione's document is done. We're ready. He sat down across from Neville. What are you working on? Neville pushed some of the notes toward him. They were handwritten, not Neville's best handwriting, which suggested he'd been writing fast, but clear enough. Names, dates, connections. Not legal research, something more personal. I've been going through everything I know about what happened to Mum and Dad, Neville said. Not from the stones, from what I actually remember and what Gran told me. Cross-referencing it with what the stones showed. He looked at the notes steadily. I want to be able to speak to it in session if it comes to that. Not as an outburst. As testimony. That's a good idea, Harry said. The Convergence can receive testimony from witnesses. Under the Third Charter, testimony given in a Convergence session carries the same weight as memory stone evidence. Neville looked at him. So if I speak to what happened, it goes in the official record. Everything in session goes in the official record. Neville nodded and looked back at his notes. Frank Longbottom, or First Class, he said quietly, reading from something he'd written at the top of the first page. Alice Longbottom, née Cartwright, or Second Class. Tortured to insanity by Bellatrix Lestrange, Rodolphus Lestrange, Rabaston Lestrange, and Bartemius Crouch Jr. on the 3rd of November, 1981. Security classification reduced from maximum to standard on the 19th of March, 1982. Signed by Walburga Rosier, Edmund Flint, and Cassius Parkinson. He didn't say it with heat. He said it the way Bones said things, the even tone of someone who has been living alongside a fact long enough to have stopped fighting the weight of it. 16 years in St. Mungo's. I visit every other Sunday. Gran comes on Thursdays. The kitchen was quiet. They'll hear your testimony, Harry said. Neville closed his notes and folded them neatly and put them in his jacket pocket. Then he looked at Harry with the expression he'd been developing for the past year, the quiet, certain expression that Harry thought was what Neville Longbottom actually looked like when he wasn't performing the version of himself that other people had decided he was. I know, he said. That's why I'm ready. Ginny set a plate of sandwiches on the table. Nobody said anything for a moment. Then Ron took one, and Harry took one, and Neville took one, and it was as simple as that, the way things often are at the end of a long decision. Tomorrow, Ginny said, sitting down, brushing her hands on her jeans. What time do we need to leave? Session starts at 10, Harry said. We should be there by 9:30. I want to be in the chamber before the members start arriving. Is that possible? Ron said. Technically, is the chamber accessible before the session? It's a public building, Hermione said. The Ministry of Magic is open from 8. The Wizengamot chamber is a public chamber between sessions. Any member of the wizarding public can enter and observe from the public gallery. We're not going to the public gallery, Harry said. No, Hermione agreed. We're going to the floor. She paused. Which is technically only accessible to members, except that under the Third Charter, the Convergence and their companions have the right of prior access to any chamber where proceedings are to be held. It's a ceremonial provision, meant to allow the Convergence time to prepare the space formally before members arrive. She looked at Harry. It also means we get there first and the members walk in to find us already there, which is not a small thing psychologically. Marchbanks can get us in at 9:30, Harry said. She offered. Good, Ginny said. She looked at the sandwiches with the expression of someone assessing provisions. We should sleep. All of us. I know that sounds basic but I mean it, actual sleep, not lying awake going through things. We've done the preparation. Going through it more tonight doesn't help. She's right, Ron said. I know, Harry said. But I have one more thing to do first. He looked at the table. I need to write the sentences. Silence. In advance? Ron said. Not in advance as in, I'm not predetermining them without reviewing the evidence in session. Marchbanks confirmed that the convergence reads the charges allowed for each member before passing sentence. That's the procedural requirement. Each member hears their specific charges, formally, before sentence is given. The sentences themselves should be what the law requires for the offense, not what I personally feel about the person. He met Ron's eyes. But I want to know what I'm going to say before I'm standing in the chamber. I don't want to be constructing sentences in real time with 50 people watching. I want to walk in there knowing exactly what comes out of my mouth for every name on that list. Hermione was already reaching for parchment. I'll help. We can cross-reference the charges from my document with the sentencing provisions in each relevant statute. For each category of offense, there's a legally prescribed sentencing range. She pulled out a fresh page. Capital corruption under the 1672 Act carries a minimum of 5 years in Azkaban. Wrongful release of convicted criminals carries 10 to life depending on the severity of the original conviction. Third charter breaches aren't Azkaban offenses, Harry said. Community service, or fines, or in serious cases, removal from the Wizengamot with a permanent bar on holding magical public office. Hermione wrote it down. That's Dumbledore's sentence, effectively. If I sentence him at all. Harry thought about it. I haven't decided. The recusal is already in the record. The acknowledgement of the offense is in the record. The question is whether a formal sentence adds anything beyond what's already documented. It might, Hermione said carefully. For the precedent. If the convergence is going to mean something going forward, then the principle that everyone is subject to it, including the most powerful figures, needs to be in the record. Even if the sentence is minimal. Especially if the sentence is minimal. The minimal sentence for a minimal offense, given equally to a powerful person and a powerless one. That's the point, isn't it? She met his eyes. The law applies to everyone. Harry held that. Then yes, he said. We include him. Formal record of the third charter breach, formal sentence of removal from the chief warlock position, which he's already filed anyway, and a formal bar on holding the position for 5 years. Not punitive. Just complete. He'll understand, Hermione said. I know. Harry pulled the first sheet of parchment toward him. Let's start with Umbridge. They worked for 2 hours. Harry, Hermione, and Neville at the table, Neville contributing the specific details of the Lestrange-related sentences with a precision that came from 20 years of attending to the facts carefully. Ron made more tea and read over their shoulders and occasionally said things like that's not enough for what Parkinson did or that wording's too soft for the Runcorn sentence, and he was right both times, and the wording was adjusted. Ginny read through the completed sentences as they were drafted, checking for internal consistency and clarity, crossing out anything that sounded personal or vindictive and replacing it with clean legal language. Luna woke up at some point around 1 in the morning, looked at what they were doing, said, the sentence for Fudge should reference the 1995 conspiracy specifically rather than just the general corruption charge, the conspiracy statute carries an additional 5 years, and then went back to sleep. Hermione checked. Luna was right. By 2 in the morning, 43 sentences were written. Harry read through them all once from start to finish. They were not dramatic, they were not the kind of language designed to make speeches. They were precise, legally grounded, and complete. Each one named the person, cited the charges, cited the relevant statute, and stated the sentence. Nothing extra. Nothing personal. The law, applied with accuracy. He put them in order. Folded them. Put them in the inside pocket of the jacket that was hanging on the back of his chair, the jacket he'd wear tomorrow, the jacket he'd wear into the oldest legal chamber in British wizardry. Done, he said. The kitchen was quiet with the particular quality of 2 in the morning, which is the most honest hour, the one with no performance in it. Hermione was leaning back in her chair with her arms crossed and her eyes slightly unfocused in the way she got when she was letting her mind rest after intensive work. Ron had his feet on the edge of the table, which Hermione would have objected to at any other hour, and was looking at the ceiling with the thoughtful expression of someone filing things away. Neville was looking at his hands. Luna was breathing steadily in the corner. Ginny was by the window, watching the street. "We should sleep," Harry said. Nobody argued. They moved through the house in the dispersed, quiet way of a shared home at night, doors closing gently, floorboards navigated by memory. Harry went to the room he'd been using, Sirius's old room, because that had felt right and continued to feel right in the specific way that things feel right when they're also difficult. The room still had some of Sirius's things in it, a photograph on the dresser of the original Marauders, young and laughing, the kind of laughter that didn't know what was coming. A leather jacket on the hook behind the door that Harry hadn't moved because moving it felt like a decision he wasn't ready to make. He sat on the edge of the bed in the dark and looked at the rings. Tomorrow. The word had a different weight than it had all week. All week it had been a destination point on the preparation timeline. Tonight it was just, tomorrow. The actual day. The one where everything they'd been building became the thing it was building toward. He thought about the first memory stone. Dumbledore in candlelight, talking about a boy who should be managed. He thought about the vault, cold and deep and full of things that had been waiting 700 years for the right person to find them. He thought about the letter, unsigned, from someone who'd understood the weight of it without ever having carried it. The world will be better for it. I can't tell you that it will be easier. He lay down. Stared at the ceiling. The photograph on the dresser was too dark to see properly, but he knew it was there. The 4 young men, all of them 20 years dead except the one who died in June, and grief was still that bruise he pressed compulsively, still that thing he couldn't stop touching, but tonight it felt less like a wound and more like a compass. Like the kind of loss that knows what direction to point you. He thought about Frank and Alice Longbottom in St. Mungo's. About Edgar Bones. About everyone who had been let down by the institution that was supposed to be the highest law in British wizardry, let down not through dramatic failure but through the accumulated small cowardices of people who'd decided pragmatism was the same as decency. He fell asleep without noticing the moment, which was the best kind of sleep. He was up at 6:30. The house was quiet, grey morning light coming through the curtains, and he dressed carefully, not the school robes he'd been using informally all week, but the proper formal robes Hermione had insisted on 2 days ago when she'd said you are the Convergence, not a student, you dress accordingly. She'd been right. The robes were dark, not the Gryffindor red he might have chosen symbolically, just dark, the kind of formal wear that didn't announce itself but occupied space with authority. He put the jacket with the sentences underneath. He looked in the mirror. The rings on his right hand. The robes. The face that still looked like Harry Potter's face, which was to say unremarkable except for the scar, and he'd stopped noticing the scar years ago. He went downstairs to find Ron already in the kitchen, frying eggs with the focused competence of someone who had decided this morning required proper food. Hermione was at the table, not reviewing notes for once, just drinking tea, which meant she'd reached the point where more preparation would be counterproductive. Neville came in while the eggs were cooking, followed by Ginny who was already dressed and who looked, in Harry's estimation, like someone who had slept perfectly well and was completely ready for this, which was typical Ginny. Luna appeared with her robes on and her wand behind her ear and a small, contented smile that suggested the morning was proceeding exactly as she'd expected. They ate breakfast. Real food, hot, together. Nobody talked strategy. Ron told a story about the time Fred and George had hexed Neville's potted cactus to talk, which it had, extensively, on the subject of watering frequencies, for 3 full days. Neville laughed the real laugh, the full one, not the polite one. Luna asked a question about whether plants had legal standing that started absurd and became, after 2 minutes of Luna reasoning through it with complete seriousness, genuinely interesting. At 8:30 they cleared the plates. At 8:45 they were assembled in the hallway. Harry looked at them, all 5 of them, in their formal robes, ready. He didn't make a speech. He didn't have one. What he felt was too large and too clear for a speech to improve. "Let's go," he said. They stepped out into the London morning. The day was clear, the kind of summer clarity that feels earned after a week of grey. They walked to the leaky cauldron, through it, into Diagon Alley, and made their way to the ministry entrance, the red telephone box that Harry had used exactly once before, 18 months ago, for a hearing in his own defense. He'd walked in that time as a defendant. A 16-year-old boy in jeans, hoping the institution would be fair. He walked in this time as something else entirely. The telephone box descended. The ministry atrium opened around them, the golden fountain, the dark wood, the fireplace rose and the queues and the quiet bureaucratic hum of a government building in the middle of the morning. People moved through it without looking at them. Harry walked through it without looking at anyone else, and his footsteps were even, and the rings on his hand caught the atrium's light, and 6 people who had done everything right walked through the Ministry of Magic toward the oldest chamber in British wizardry. Tomorrow had become today. Chapter 6. The Hall of Ancient Authority. The Wizengamot chamber was older than the ministry building that surrounded it. Harry felt that the moment Marchbanks led them through the side entrance at 9:20, a door that most people walked past without registering, set into the corridor wall between 2 tapestries depicting the signing of the 1707 Charter. The door opened onto a short staircase that descended into a space that predated the building above it by 6 centuries, and the air changed on the 3rd step down. Colder. Denser. That same quality he'd felt in Gringotts, the weight of accumulated time. The chamber itself was circular and tiered. Stone benches arranged in concentric half-rings rising from a central floor, the wood of the member benches worn dark with centuries of use. At the far end, elevated on a dais, the chief warlock's podium, a heavy carved piece that Marchbanks was now standing beside, running her hand along it without nostalgia. Just checking that it was where it was supposed to be. At the base of the dais, the recording scribe station, a low desk with a brass stand holding a self-inking quill the length of Harry's forearm. The ceiling was not visible. The chamber opened upward into darkness that the torchlight didn't reach, and Harry had the sense that it went considerably higher than the ministry's floor plan would suggest. Magic in the walls, old magic, the kind that had been there long enough to become architectural. Upper left tier, Luna said quietly, almost to herself. She was looking at the empty benches. Still empty, Harry said. Yes, she agreed. For now. Marchbanks was moving around the chamber with the crisp efficiency of someone who knew every inch of it. The recording scribe arrives at 9:45, she said without turning. I'll speak to him when he does. The session bell rings at 5 minutes to 10. Members begin arriving from 9:30 onward, which means, she looked at the entrance doors, the large main doors on the opposite wall from where they'd entered, you have perhaps 10 minutes before the first of them come through. That's enough, Harry said. Where do you want your companions positioned? Harry looked at the chamber floor. He'd been over Bones's layout diagram enough times that the room matched the map in his head with comfortable accuracy. The central floor was where he'd stand, not at the podium, that wasn't his position, the convergence operated from the floor, not elevated above proceedings. The podium was for whoever was conducting standard session. What Harry needed was the center of the floor, facing the tiers, so that when members took their seats they would find him already there, already looking at them. Neville on my right, Harry said. Hermione on my left with the evidence document, she submits it to the scribe the moment the session is officially open. Ron and Ginny, flanking behind me. Luna, he looked at her. Luna was already moving toward a specific spot on the chamber floor, slightly to Harry's left and forward, closer to the first tier of benches than felt entirely comfortable. She stood there and looked at the empty upper left section with the calm attention of a bird dog that has caught a scent. Here, Luna said. I'll stand here. Harry didn't argue. There. Marchbanks looked at the configuration, made no comment, and returned to her inspection of the podium. They took their positions and waited. The recording scribe arrived at 9:42, a small, precise man named Weatherby who wore ministry grey and carried himself with the specific dignity of someone whose job was to observe rather than participate and who had learned to find that sufficient. Marchbank spoke to him for 4 minutes, low and direct. Harry watched Weatherby's face during the conversation, saw it go still, then careful, then settled into something that looked like deliberate professionalism. He looked at Harry once, at the ring specifically, and then back at Marchbanks, and nodded twice. He sat down at his station and the long quill stood up straight in its brass stand, ready. At 9:35, the first members began arriving. They came through the main doors in ones and twos, the way people arrive at any routine meeting, unhurried, some in conversation, some alone, the general air of people who have done this every other Thursday for years and expected today to be the same as every other Thursday. They were mid-sentence, or checking documents, or holding takeaway coffee in cups that Harry noted with a distant amusement because there was something genuinely strange about Death Eater sympathizing Wizengamot members drinking takeaway coffee on their way to the session where they would be sentenced to Azkaban. The first ones through the door registered the group on the chamber floor and slowed. Harry watched the information process, the 6 figures standing on the floor that was supposed to be empty, the formal robes, the young faces. Then the rings. The ruby, catching the torchlight. The violet depth. The black. The first member to come through was a tall man with the look of old money and longer memory, whose name in the evidence document was Cassius Walcott, Category 2, wrongful release, 9 years. He stopped 3 steps inside the door and looked at Harry with the expression of someone whose brain had correctly identified the situation and was trying to reject the identification. Harry looked back at him and said nothing. Walcott walked to his bench and sat down. He sat very carefully, in the way of someone who has decided that the correct response to an unexpected situation is to wait and see, and is hoping that the waiting and seeing will resolve it into something manageable. Harry watched him look at the rings again from his bench and look away. More members filtered in. The conversational ones stopped talking when they saw the floor. The alone ones sat down quickly. A few tried to reverse out of the door they'd come through, found Marchbanks had positioned herself subtly near the entrance with the air of someone who was simply standing near a door and not blocking it but whose presence somehow discouraged passage, and elected to take their seats. At 9:52, Cornelius Fudge came through the main doors. Harry had seen Fudge in the memory stones many times over the past 2 weeks, but this was different, not a memory, not a flat image above a grey bowl. This was the actual man, in actual space, wearing his lime green bowler hat and his best formal robes, face carrying the habitual expression of a man who had learned to perform confidence so consistently that he occasionally forgot it was a performance. He stopped. He looked at Harry. His face did something complicated. Harry had thought about this moment, the moment Fudge saw him. He'd thought about what he might feel, given that Fudge had spent the better part of 2 years publicly calling Harry a liar and a disturbed attention seeker, given that the 1995 conspiracy memory still sat in Harry's mental record with crystalline clarity. He'd thought he might feel anger, or satisfaction, or the cold clarity of a thing that has been coming for a long time. What he actually felt was simpler and less satisfying, pity. Not warm pity, not the sentimental kind. The cold pity of looking at a man who had once been someone with choices and had made them so badly, so incrementally, over such a long time, that he had become the sum of his worst decisions and couldn't remember how to be anything else. Fudge pulled himself together by visible effort. He lifted his chin, straightened his robes, and walked to his bench with the gait of a man who was absolutely fine and was not going to indicate otherwise. He sat down. He looked at the podium rather than the floor. Harry turned away. Dolores Umbridge came in at 9:57. She was wearing pink. Of course she was, pale pink robes, the cardigan Harry had last seen in the 1995 memory stone, the same sweet smile that sat on her face like a permanent accessory. She came through the door with the brisk walk of someone who owned every room she entered, and she saw Harry immediately, and the sweet smile didn't waver because it wasn't actually a smile, it was a structural feature of her face, as fundamental as her eyebrows. She looked at the rings. Her expression shifted, not to fear, because Harry didn't think Umbridge experienced fear in the normal directional sense, she experienced it as aggression, the way small predatory animals do. Her eyes went very sharp and her chin came up and she walked to her bench with the same brisk certainty she'd come in with, except that now the certainty was the certainty of someone who had identified a problem and was already preparing to address it. She sat down. She looked at Harry with her head tilted slightly and her eyes very bright, and Harry looked back at her and thought, 19 memories. That was how many times she'd appeared in the stones. 19 separate occasions of documented, deliberate institutional harm. The session bell rang. 5 minutes to 10. By 10 o'clock, 58 of the 62 members were present. 4 were absent. Marchbanks had already confirmed that 2 of the absent members were ill and 1 was on ministry business abroad. The 4th was unaccounted for. Harry noted it and set it aside. It didn't affect proceedings. Marchbanks moved to the podium. The chamber settled into session quiet, the specific quality of silence that institutional spaces develop, a silence that has the shape of procedure in it. The Wizengamot is now in session, Marchbanks said. Her voice carried without effort, the voice of a woman who had been calling proceedings to order for 60 years. 30th of July. Quorum confirmed at 58 members present. I will now read the first item of the scheduled agenda, Madam Deputy Chief Warlock. Umbridge's voice, from the third row of the right side tier. Clear and carrying and pitched at exactly the note of polite intervention that she deployed when she intended to be maximally disruptive. Before we proceed, I think the chamber should address the irregular presence of non-members on the session floor. This is a serious breach of, Madam Umbridge, Marchbanks said, without turning toward her. You will have your opportunity to speak. It is not now. She looked down at her agenda parchment. The first item of the scheduled business for this session is the Ministry Infrastructure Report, tabled for review, and Harry stepped forward. He didn't shout. He didn't reach for his wand. He simply stepped forward from the position he'd held for the past 20 minutes and let the movement carry the weight he'd been building since the first ring went on his finger, since the vault, since the first memory stone, since 9 days of preparation that had been moving toward this single step. Griselda Marchbanks, he said, and his voice in the chamber had a quality he hadn't predicted, not amplified exactly, but present in a way that filled the space without effort, as if the chamber itself were paying attention. I thank you for opening the session. Your service is complete. Please step aside. Marchbanks looked at him. Then, without a word, without a backward glance at the podium or the assembled members, she stepped away from the dais and moved to stand near the recording station. It was a simple movement, and it was the most powerful thing that had happened in this chamber in decades, because Griselda Marchbanks had been opening sessions here for 40 years and she had stepped aside without hesitation, and everyone in the tiered benches had seen it. The chamber was very still. Harry looked at it, all of it, the tiers, the benches, the 58 faces in various configurations of shock and fury and calculation, and something that in a few of them looked almost like relief. He looked at the recording scribe's quill, standing in its brass stand, already moving. He looked at Weatherby, who was watching his quill and not Harry, the professional focus of a man who had been told this was a legal document and was treating it as one. He reached into his jacket pocket and took out the folded sentences. Put them on the floor in front of him, within reach. Then he straightened and faced the chamber. My name is Harry James Potter, he said. Lord of the ancient and noble houses of Potter, Black, Gryffindor, Peverell, and Merlin. Confirmed holder of the Convergence, the simultaneous and unbroken lineage of the line of Brave Heart, the line of Wisdom's Tongue, and the line of Death's Kin. He paused. Under the authority of the Third Charter of Noble House Rights, predating and superseding all subsequently enacted wizarding law per Section 12 of the 1707 Wizengamot Founding Charter, which states, and I quote, "This body shall govern in the absence of the Convergence, and shall yield authority to any confirmed holder thereof, whose ancient rights of judgment supersede all subsequently enacted law. This being a condition of the founding magic itself, I now restore the judicial authority of the Convergence over the British wizarding world." Hermione moved to the recording station and placed the evidence document on Weatherby's desk. Weatherby picked it up, noted its weight, set it in the document tray at the corner of his station, and made a notation in the margin of his recording. The quill kept moving. The chamber erupted. Not in a unified way, it was not the eruption of a crowd that has agreed on something, it was the eruption of 58 people each responding to the same situation from the particular angle of their own interests. A dozen voices speaking simultaneously. Someone standing. Someone else grabbing their colleague's arm. At the podium, the empty podium, Marchbanks was watching with the focused attention of a very senior examiner observing a practical test. Umbridge's voice cut through the noise. "This is illegal," she said, loudly and clearly, standing at her bench. "This individual is a minor, 16 years old, whose claim to these titles has not been verified by any ministry office, whose presence on this floor is itself a violation of Wizengamot charter, and whose," she paused for exactly the breath she needed, "whose apparent belief that he can walk into this chamber and invoke a dormant authority that has not been, restore," Harry said. Umbridge stopped. "The correct word," Harry said, with the same level quality his voice had been carrying throughout, "is restore. An invoked authority requires activation. A restored authority requires only a qualified holder. Section 4, Clause 12 of the Third Charter, the convergence is not a state conferred by procedure. It is a state determined by bloodline and confirmed by the rings themselves. Dormancy implies a process that must be restarted. The convergence does not restart. It resumes." He looked at Umbridge directly. "I didn't invoke anything, Madam Umbridge. I restored what was already mine. The distinction is legally significant and I encourage you to note it for the record, because the record is now mine to make." Umbridge's mouth was open. The sweet smile had gone, not replaced by anger, not replaced by anything simple. What was on her face was the expression of a person who has encountered a situation their usual tools do not address. "You can't," she started. "I can cite the specific legal framework for every element of what I'm doing," Harry said. "Miss Granger, who is standing to my left, has prepared a 43-page document of evidence that has been entered into the official session record. The recording scribe is Weatherby, who is doing his job with admirable precision." Harry looked at Weatherby. "Mr. Weatherby, can you confirm for the chamber that the evidence document submitted by Miss Granger has been officially entered into the session record?" Weatherby looked up from his quill. "Confirmed," he said, with the clipped brevity of a man who understood his role and intended to execute it correctly. "Evidence document, 43 pages, entered at 10:03 in the morning. Official session record." "Thank you." Harry looked back at the chamber. At the 58 faces, some settling now that the initial shock was passing, some still cycling through the earlier configurations. The evidence document contains specific, documented, legally cited charges against 43 sitting members of this body. The evidence is drawn from ancestral memory stones accessed in Vault 3 of Gringotts Bank, stones which, under the Third Charter, Section 7, are categorically admissible and cannot be contested, falsified, or dismissed by any party including the convergence itself. He paused. "Before I proceed to charges and sentencing, I will hear testimony from a witness with direct standing in these proceedings." He looked at Neville. Neville stepped forward. He was steady, completely, quietly steady, the way he'd been in the Department of Mysteries, the way he'd been every time things got serious enough for his default awkwardness to become irrelevant. He had his notes in his hand but he didn't look at them. He'd memorized them. "My name is Neville Frank Longbottom," he said. "Son of Frank Longbottom and Alice Longbottom, née Cartwright, both formerly Aurors of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." He paused. "On the 3rd of November, 1981, my parents were tortured to permanent insanity by 4 individuals who were subsequently tried and convicted and imprisoned in Azkaban under maximum security protocols." He looked at a specific section of the upper right tier and didn't look away. "On the 19th of March, 1982, the security classification of those 4 individuals was reduced from maximum to standard. The reclassification was signed by 3 members of this body, Walburga Rosier, Edmund Flint, and Cassius Parkinson, without legal basis, without review, and in exchange for financial consideration." His voice was entirely even. As a direct result of that reclassification, Bellatrix Lestrange later escaped from Azkaban and continued her activities, which have included the murders of multiple individuals. He looked directly at Parkinson, who was sitting in the fourth row of the left tier with a face like carved stone. My parents have been residents of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries for 16 years. My mother gives me sweet wrappers when I visit. She does not know who I am. A pause. This is my testimony. He stepped back. The chamber was silent in a way it hadn't been before. Not the silence of shock, that had passed. This was a different silence. The silence of a room in which something true has just been said and everyone in it knows it, and some of them had been hoping it would never be said in a place where it would be recorded. "Thank you," Harry said. He looked at the upper left tier. Parkinson was looking at Neville with an expression Harry couldn't read at this distance, not guilt, maybe, or not guilt that had fully formed yet. Something that was the precursor to guilt. "Now," Harry said, and picked up the folded sentences from the floor. "I'll begin with Category 1 charges. Capital corruption under the 1672 Magical Covenant Act." "Stop." The voice from the upper left tier. Harry had noted the man when the members filed in, mid-50s, broad-shouldered, the look of someone who had been physically powerful young and was now powerful in other ways. His name in the evidence document was Thaddeus Knott. Category 1. 3 separate acts of capital corruption spanning 1985 to 1993. You can't sentence anyone. You're a child. You walked in here with 3 rings and a piece of paper and you think that, Mr. Knott, Harry said. Knott stopped. You're in the document, Harry said. Page 12. 3 counts of capital corruption, specific dates, specific financial transactions, specific memory stone references. The charges are documented and admissible. When I reach the end section you'll hear them read aloud. He met Knott's eyes from across the chamber. Until then, you have the choice to sit quietly, which I recommend, or to speak again, which will add a contempt charge to your existing documentation. He held the gaze for a moment. I'd take the first option. Knott sat down. Slowly, with the deliberate control of a man who was angry and had decided anger was currently not useful. He sat down. Ron, behind Harry's right shoulder, said nothing. But Harry felt the small shift of his weight, satisfaction, contained, expressed only in posture. Ginny, to his left, was completely still in the way she got during Quidditch when a game was going exactly right. Harry unfolded the first sentence. Aldous Avery, he said. The man in question was in the second row of the left tier, older, gray-haired, the expression of someone who had been waiting for this while hoping it wouldn't come. Category 1, Capital Corruption. 2 counts. First, acceptance of 25,000 galleons from the Selwyn Family Trust in exchange for the tabling of motion to review the Selwyn inheritance fraud case, 4th of April, 1988. Memory Stone Reference AS, 1988-04. Second, acceptance of 15,000 galleons from the Bulstrode Family Trust in exchange for the dismissal of pending charges against Brutus Bulstrode, 19th of September, 1991. Memory Stone Reference AS, 1991-09. Harry looked at him. Under the 1672 Magical Covenant Act, capital corruption carries a minimum sentence of 5 years in Azkaban. Given 2 counts, the sentence is 10 years. He paused. Aldous Avery, you are sentenced to 10 years in Azkaban, to begin today. The chamber erupted again, differently this time, not the shocked noise of the first outburst but something more urgent, the noise of people who had understood that this was real and was going to continue and that their own names were coming. Avery stood. You can't, this isn't, there's no enforcement mechanism, you can say whatever you like but there is no, the Peverell ring on Harry's right hand did something. Harry hadn't expected it. It didn't glow, it didn't spark, it didn't produce any visible magical effect whatsoever. What it did was quieter and considerably more absolute, the air in the chamber changed. Not physically, not in temperature or pressure, but in quality. The same way it had changed in Vault 3 when Harry had put the ring on, except larger. The ring was, Harry understood suddenly, not just confirming his authority. It was enforcing it. The ancient magic of death and mastery, awake and paying attention, making the space aware of what it was. Avery sat down. He sat down the way you sit down when something has addressed you directly without using words, when your body has understood something before your brain has caught up. The chamber felt different. Everyone in it could feel it. Harry looked at the ring. Then at the chamber. Nobody spoke. Enforcing the sentences is a ministry function, Harry said, to the room. Not mine. The sentences are legally binding the moment I speak them, the record exists, the evidence is entered, the authority is confirmed. The Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Law Enforcement is legally obligated to execute lawful sentences handed down by a superior judicial authority. That's their function. They perform it or they're in breach of their own mandate. He looked at the left tier. By the end of today's session I will have spoken to the head of the DMLE about implementation. But the sentences stand whether the ministry acts immediately or not. They're in the permanent record. They don't expire. He looked back at his parchment. Greta Avery, he said. Not related to Aldous, different section of the tier. Category 2. Wrongful release. He read the charges. Spoke the sentence. His voice was steady throughout. 7 years. He moved through the B names. Bertram. Bowl. Booth. Each one read aloud, the charges, the memory stone references, the statute, the sentence. Some members sat silent through their readings. A few tried to interject when he reached their names, tried the range of objections, procedural, personal, political, and Harry answered the procedural ones with citations, ignored the personal ones, and noted the political ones for the record with Weatherby's quill moving steadily in the corner. When he reached Dolores Jane Umbridge, he stopped for a moment. Not because he was hesitating. He stopped because the charges required more time than the others, 19 counts across 3 categories, the longest entry in the document. He unfolded the relevant page of her sentence. Dolores Jane Umbridge, he said. She was already standing. She'd been standing since the third name, refusing to sit, the sweet smile back in place, different now, harder, the smile of someone who has decided that performance is the only remaining tool. I will not be, 19 counts, Harry said. She stopped. He read them. Every one, clearly, with the memory stone reference and the statute and the specific action documented. The deliberate sabotage of Harry's own Wizengamot hearing in 1995. The conspiracy to manage wizarding governance through the deliberate suppression of evidence. The Category 2 charge of facilitating the delayed response to Death Eater activity by tabling ministry security reviews in 1996. The Category 3 charges of Third Charter procedural breach. 2 charges that fell into the institutional conspiracy category Hermione had created, documented pattern behavior, Umbridge's name appearing in 17 coordinated decisions across 14 years alongside the same 6 colleagues, establishing beyond reasonable question that the coordination was deliberate. He said all of it. She stood throughout. The sweet smile faded somewhere around the 8th count and did not return. Dolores Jane Umbridge, Harry said. You are sentenced to 23 years in Azkaban, to begin today. The sentence reflects the number of counts, the deliberate and sustained nature of the conduct, and the specific category of institutional conspiracy, which carries an additional 5 years under the precedents cited in the evidence document. The chamber was completely silent. Umbridge sat down. Slowly. Like something had been removed from her that she'd been relying on to stay upright. Harry looked at her for a moment. He felt nothing particular. Not triumph, not satisfaction, not the complicated warmth of justice that stories sometimes promised. Just the clean, impersonal rightness of a true thing having been said in a place where it was now permanently documented. He moved on. By 12:30 he had reached the M names. 22 sentences given. The chamber had settled into something strange, not calm, exactly, but a kind of exhausted attention, the attention of people who had stopped fighting the current and were being carried by it. Some members were pale. Some had the blank look of shock that hadn't yet processed into anything else. A few, a very few, were sitting with the expressions of people who had known this was coming and were experiencing something adjacent to relief. Fudge was watching the floor. He had been watching the floor since the third sentence. He hadn't attempted to interject, hadn't made eye contact with anyone around him, hadn't done anything except sit very still and watch the floor with the expression of a man who was watching his entire political life being itemized and accurately assessed in front of witnesses. His lime green bowler hat was in his hands. He was turning it in circles. Round and round. Harry reached the F names at 1 o'clock. "Cornelius Oswald Fudge," he said. Fudge looked up. His face was, Harry had thought about what Fudge would look like at this moment, but he hadn't predicted this. He'd expected anger, or indignation, or the performed confidence that was Fudge's default. What he got was none of those things. What he got was the face of a man who was tired. Not dramatically tired. Just genuinely, deeply tired. The tiredness of someone who has been maintaining a performance for a very long time and has finally, in this moment, found the cost too high to keep paying. Harry read the charges. 11 counts, capital corruption, institutional conspiracy, 1 charge of deliberate obstruction of a legitimate ministry investigation in 1995. He read them clearly and completely. When he finished, he looked at Fudge across the chamber. Fudge looked back at him. He wasn't performing anymore. His face was just his face. "Cornelius Oswald Fudge," Harry said. 15 years in Azkaban, to begin today." Fudge nodded. One small nod, as if he'd been told something he'd known was coming and had been waiting to have confirmed. He looked back down at his hat, which was still turning in his hands, and then he stopped turning it and held it still. Harry moved on. By 2 in the afternoon he was in the upper tier of the right side, the L names, and the chamber had been going for 4 hours and the torches had been automatically renewed twice and Weatherby had changed his quill 4 times and the recording was 47 pages long and growing. Luna was still at her forward position, watching the upper left tier. She had been watching it for 4 hours with the patience of someone who had decided to watch something and was completely comfortable with the decision. Harry was reading the charges for Marcus Lowe, Category 1, 2 counts, when it happened. The curse came from the upper left section. Middle row. A man Harry had noted as Erasmus Selwyn, whose family trust had appeared in the first sentence of the session in the Avery charges and who had been sitting with gathering fury through 4 hours of proceedings, his face going incrementally darker as names were called and sentences spoken and the scope of it became impossible to deny. Selwyn stood and cast without warning. Not a killing curse, something nastier in its way, a curse Harry didn't recognize by name but recognized by intent. A silencing curse, or a binding curse, or something in between, designed to strip authority rather than cause physical harm, which told Harry that Selwyn had spent the past 4 hours thinking about what would actually stop these proceedings rather than acting on impulse. Luna said, "Now," at the exact moment Harry turned. The Peverell ring came alive. Not glow, not light, something structural, a shift in the magical field of the room that was visible only in its effects. The curse hit something 3 feet in front of Harry and simply stopped. Didn't deflect, didn't dissipate. Stopped. As if it had run into a wall made of something older than it was, something that predated the magic that had made it and was fundamentally unimpressed. Harry looked at Selwyn. "Thank you," he said, and his voice was entirely level. "Erasmus Selwyn. Add to your existing charges, 1 count of attacking the convergence in session, under the 3rd Charter Section 11, which carries an additional 10 years. He looked at Weatherby. "Please note that for the record." "Noted," Weatherby said, without looking up. Selwyn stood with his wand still raised and his face white and Harry looked at him for a moment with the patient attention of someone who has all the time in the world and said, "Sit down, Mr. Selwyn." Selwyn sat down. Harry looked at Luna. She turned from the upper left section and met his eyes briefly, and something in her expression said "I told you so" without any smugness in it, just the mild satisfaction of someone who had been right about something they thought was fairly obvious. He looked back at his parchment. "Marcus Lowe," he said. 10 years. He kept going. Chapter 7. The Weight of Names. By 3 in the afternoon the chamber smelled of stone and old magic and the particular human quality of people who have been in a confined space under sustained stress for 5 hours. Harry was on the P names. His voice had not changed. That was the thing members kept looking at, he could see them doing it, the ones who were waiting for their names, the ones who had already been sentenced and were sitting with the specific stillness of people who had accepted something enormous and hadn't yet worked out what to do with the acceptance. They kept looking at him and registering the same thing, that his voice was what it had been at 10 o'clock. Even. Unhurried. Not performing steadiness, actually steady, which was different and considerably more unnerving. The rings helped. He understood that more clearly now than he had in the vault, because he was using them in the way they were meant to be used, and the difference between theoretical understanding and actual use was the difference between reading about swimming and being in water. The Gryffindor ring held him in his own courage, not inflating it, just preventing it from being eroded by the sustained pressure of the room. The Merlin ring sharpened everything, kept his thinking clear and sequential through the hours of procedure. The Peverell ring was doing its quieter work, the structural work, the thing with the chamber's magical field that had stopped Selwyn's curse without any effort on Harry's part. Not protection exactly. More like correctness. The room understanding what it was supposed to be right now and behaving accordingly. He was reading the charges for Bertram Paris, Category 2, 8 years, when the doors at the back of the chamber opened. Not the main doors, which had been closed since the session began. The side door, the one Marchbanks had led them through that morning. Harry registered the sound without breaking stride, finishing the Paris sentence, noting Weatherby's quill moving. Then he looked at the door. Amelia Bones walked in. She was not in session robes. She was in her working clothes, the practical gray of the DMLE, and she was carrying a leather document case, and she walked to the floor with the purposeful directness of someone who had timed her arrival to the minute. She stopped beside the recording station and looked at Harry. "I've been listening from the outer corridor since 1 o'clock, she said, without preamble. "The session record is a full legal document." "It is," Harry said. "And the sentences are legally binding and enforceable?" "Yes." She set the document case on Weatherby's desk and opened it. "I am Amelia Susan Bones, Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement," she said, for the record, in the tone of someone who understood how records worked. "I am here to confirm that the DMLE will execute the sentences passed in this session in full, beginning tonight. We have arrangements in place." She looked at Weatherby. "Enter that." "Entered," Weatherby said. Harry looked at her for a moment. She met his eyes with the direct attention she gave everything and gave a single small nod that communicated, with complete economy, that she'd meant what she said in her kitchen 3 weeks ago. That the institution was only important if it worked. That she was here to make it work. "Thank you, Director Bones," Harry said. "Please stay. Your presence for the remainder of the proceedings is appropriate and useful." She took a position near the recording station, standing, and said nothing more. Her presence in the room changed something, not the proceedings themselves, but the quality of the members' understanding of what the proceedings meant. Several faces in the upper tiers went paler. Bones being here meant tonight. It meant Azkaban was not a theoretical outcome. It meant real cells and real dementors and real time, and the members who hadn't yet fully believed in the reality of what was happening were now being required to believe it. Harry returned to the P names. "Cassius Parkinson," he said. The man in the 4th row of the left tier, who had been sitting with carved stone stillness since Neville's testimony, looked up. He was older than Harry had expected from the memory stones, mid-60s, silver-haired, with the well-maintained look of old wealth and long comfort. His face had done nothing visible for 5 hours. Nothing during Neville's testimony. Nothing during 22 preceding sentences. Nothing during Selwyn's failed curse. Just the stone stillness of a man who had decided that reaction was beneath him or beyond him or possibly both. He looked at Harry now with that same stillness. Category 2, Harry said. Wrongful release. 1 count. He read the charge, the reclassification, the date, the financial consideration, the memory stone reference, the statute. His voice was the same as it had been for every other name. Under the 1689 Detainment Charter, wrongful release of an individual convicted of torture and multiple murders carries a sentence of not less than 15 years and up to life imprisonment, the severity determined by the subsequent harm caused by the released individual. He paused. Bellatrix Lestrange subsequently escaped from Azkaban. Her actions following that escape include the murders of Sirius Orion Black and multiple others, and the continued torture of additional victims. He looked at Parkinson. The harm caused was severe and ongoing. Cassius Parkinson, you are sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban. Parkinson's face did something then. Not what Harry had expected, not anger, not protest, not the righteous indignation of a man who had convinced himself his choices were defensible. Something worse than any of those things. A recognition. Slow, and complete, and absolutely without the mercy of being able to dispute it. He looked at the chamber floor. His hands were flat on his thighs. He sat with the weight of it and he didn't say anything at all. Harry moved on. He was 3 names past Parkinson when something happened that he hadn't planned for and hadn't seen in any of his preparations. A woman in the second row of the right tier stood up. Her name was Alara Pruitt, not in the evidence document. She was one of the 19 members without charges. Harry had noted her position early in the session, quiet, watchful, the specific quality of someone absorbing everything carefully. She was about 60, with the look of someone who had been strong for a long time and was comfortable with it. I want to speak, she said. Not to contest. Not to object. She looked at Harry steadily. I want to speak for the record. Harry looked at her. Then at Weatherby. Is the witness in the evidence document? No, Hermione said quietly from his left. She's clean. Harry looked at Pruitt. The floor is yours, he said. She turned to face the chamber rather than Harry. Looking at her colleagues, the ones who had been sentenced and the ones who hadn't. I have sat in this chamber for 22 years, she said. Her voice was not theatrical but it carried. I have known about most of what is in those memory stones. Not all of it, some of it is worse than I knew. But most of it. She paused. I did not report it. I did not raise it formally, did not push for investigations, did not do what I should have done with what I knew. I told myself the reasons were practical. That I didn't have enough evidence. That raising it would achieve nothing. That the right time would come later. She stopped. There is no version of those reasons that is actually true. The truth is that I was afraid of the cost. She looked at the sentenced members specifically. I am not in the document because I didn't do what they did. But I am here because I allowed what they did to continue, and that belongs in the record too. She looked at Harry. That's what I wanted to say. She sat down. The chamber was very quiet. Harry looked at her for a long moment. It's in the record, he said. She nodded. He thought about what she'd said as he moved through the remaining names, P through R, Pettigrew, no relation to the traitor, a distant cousin with Category 1 charges. Quince. Rosier, the first of the 3 who'd signed Neville's parents' reclassification. When Rosier's sentence was spoken, 12 years, the detainment charter, the harm calculation, Neville didn't move or react visibly. He just stood where he'd been standing since his testimony, to Harry's right, steady. Harry didn't look at him and Neville didn't need him to. The R names were long. 7 members with documented charges, ranging from the relatively minor Category 3 through to a Category 2 charge involving the deliberate concealment of evidence in the trial of a Death Eater affiliate in 1988. Harry read each one with the same quality of attention he'd been maintaining for 5 hours. Not performing attention, actually present for each one, because each name was a person whose specific choices had caused specific harm to specific other people, and those people deserved a proceeding that took each case seriously. By 4 o'clock he was in the middle of the S names. The chamber had been going for 6 hours. The torches had been renewed again. Hermione, at Harry's left, had been standing for the entire session and showed no sign of anything except continued readiness, which was one of the most impressive physical demonstrations Harry had ever witnessed. Ron behind him had shifted his weight twice and eaten a piece of chocolate from his pocket at around 2:30, which Harry had heard but not commented on. Neville had not moved, not eaten, not shifted. Ginny had been a completely still presence to the rear right for 6 hours, and the one time Harry had glanced back he'd seen her watching the chamber with the same concentrated sightline attention she brought to Quidditch. Luna had left her forward position after the Selwyn incident and drifted, quietly, without announcement, to the section of the floor that put her between Harry and the upper right tier. Harry hadn't asked her to. She'd simply determined it was where she needed to be and gone there. Selwyn himself had not moved since sitting down. His wand had been confiscated by Bones's accompanying DMLE officer. Bones had brought 2, who had stationed themselves at the main doors without any drama, and he was sitting with the expression of someone who had tried the only thing he could think of and it hadn't worked and was now simply waiting. Erasmus Selwyn, Harry said, when he reached it. Category 1, 3 counts. Capital corruption. He read the charges, the family trust transactions, the tabled motions, the specific financial exchange that had first appeared in the Avery sentence 6 hours ago. Plus 1 count of attacking the convergence in session, 3rd Charter Section 11, 10 additional years. He looked at Selwyn. Total sentence, 32 years in Azkaban. Selwyn looked at the floor. Harry moved on. At 4:45, with the W names approaching, Harry paused for the first time since 10 o'clock. Not because he needed to. Because he was aware of something, a quality in the room that had been building for the past hour without his having attended to it directly. He became aware of it properly now, exhaustion. Not his own, the rings were preventing that, holding him in the clarity that had been present since Vault 3. The exhaustion was in the room itself, in the 58 people who had been sitting in a high-stress environment for 7 hours, many of them waiting for their names, many of them having already been sentenced and sitting with the aftermath. He looked at the chamber. There was a man in the 3rd row of the upper left section, not Selwyn, a different man, 2 seats along, whose name Harry had passed 40 minutes ago. A Category 3 offense, 3rd Charter breach, removal from the Wizengamot and 5-year bar on public office. Not Azkaban. The man, whose name was Callum Walsh, was 53 years old and had a look about him that Harry had been aware of peripherally without focusing on, the look of someone in sustained distress. Not performing distress. Actually in it. Walsh had started crying at some point in the past hour. Not loudly, not dramatically, the wet-faced, effortful crying of a man who was fighting it and losing, making no sound, just sitting there in the 4th row with tears running down his face and the expression of someone confronting something they had told themselves they had managed to set aside. Harry watched him for a moment. He thought about what Bones had said in her kitchen. Some of them are not bad people. They are people who made bad choices incrementally, over years, in an environment that normalized those choices. Walsh's offense was procedural. He'd seconded a motion to table a ministry security review in 1996, during the period when Fudge was actively suppressing evidence of Voldemort's return. Category 3. He'd probably told himself it was what everyone was doing, which it was, and that it didn't really matter, which it had. Harry had given him removal and the bar because the law required it, not because he personally had a position on Callum Walsh as a human being. He thought about the letter again. The world will be better for it. I can't tell you it will be easier. He looked away from Walsh and back at his parchment. The right thing was not always the comfortable thing, and if he started moderating sentences based on how the people receiving them were handling them, then the sentences weren't the law anymore, they were a mood. Walsh's sentence was correct. Walsh's distress was real and was also not Harry's responsibility to manage. He kept going. The W names. Warrington. Webb. 2 Whites. Wilkes. None of the names were easy by this point, not because the charges were worse, but because the accumulated weight of 7 hours of them was real, was in the room, was in everyone including Harry. The clarity the rings provided was genuine, but it didn't make him numb. He was present for all of it, and presence, it turned out, was its own kind of cost. At 5:15, he reached the last name on the list. Dolores Umbridge has already been sentenced, Hermione said quietly. You went alphabetically for the given names for the U section. I know, Harry said. He looked at the last name. This is a separate matter. He looked up at the chamber. Before I conclude the sentencing, there is one more item. This one concerns the former Chief Warlock. Dumbledore was in the public gallery. Harry had known he would be. The public gallery ran along the back wall above the main doors, accessible from a separate staircase that bypassed the session floor. Harry had registered Dumbledore's presence at some point in the early afternoon, the distinctive figure in blue robes, sitting absolutely still, watching. He'd been there for hours. Harry hadn't looked at him directly until now. He looked at him now. Dumbledore was looking back with an expression that was, Harry took a moment to assess it, because he wanted to be accurate. Not pained. Not defensive. Something more like the face of a person watching something that they knew was right and were watching it be right and were experiencing the specific complexity of being glad about something that also required acknowledging a long failure. It was the most honest expression Harry had ever seen on Dumbledore's face, including every difficult conversation they'd had in 5 years. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Harry said. Former Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. Former holder of the Chief Warlock seal. The chamber stirred. Not loudly, more of a collective shift in attention, a reorientation toward the gallery. Third charter breach, Harry said. 1 count. Interference with hereditary succession, specifically, the deliberate delay of legally mandated hereditary disclosure through instruction to Gringotts Bank, resulting in the withholding of hereditary legal standing, property rights, and correspondence from their rightful holder for a period of 15 years. He paused. Memory Stone reference AD, 1981-11. He looked at the parchment, then back at the gallery. This offense does not carry criminal penalty under the Third Charter. It carries an institutional penalty, removal from any position of judicial authority, with a bar of 5 years on holding such authority again. Another pause. As a voluntary recusal has already been filed and entered into the legal record, the removal is a formal confirmation of what has already occurred. He met Dumbledore's eyes. Albus Dumbledore, the recusal is confirmed. The bar is entered into the permanent record. You may not hold the Chief Warlock's seat or any equivalent judicial position for 5 years from today. Dumbledore nodded. It was the same kind of nod Fudge had given, accepting, settling. But entirely different in quality. Where Fudge's nod had been the nod of a man finally stopping a long performance, Dumbledore's was the nod of a man who had come to a decision and was now living in it cleanly. He held Harry's gaze for a moment after the nod, and something passed between them, not forgiveness, not resolution, something earlier than both of those. An acknowledgement. They both knew what it was. Harry looked back at the chamber. The sentencing portion of this session is complete, he said. 43 members of this body have been sentenced under the judicial authority of the Convergence. The sentences are legally binding and are entered into the permanent session record. Director Bones has confirmed enforcement by the DMLE, beginning tonight. He looked at the chamber steadily. The remaining 19 members of this body are not subject to any sentence. Their records in the ancestral memory stones contain no documented violations. He paused. This body currently has 19 functioning members. That is insufficient to govern. Emergency appointments will be necessary. That process, and the structure of the governance that follows, will be addressed in subsequent proceedings that I intend to open within 7 days. He looked at the 19, specifically at Pruitt, who was looking back at him. Those proceedings will include the question of how this body should be structured to prevent the patterns documented in the memory stones from being repeated. I expect that conversation to be difficult and important, and I look forward to having it. He folded the final sentence and put it in his jacket pocket. This session is concluded, he said. For a moment, nothing happened. The kind of moment that follows the end of something large, where the space needs to adjust to the absence of what was filling it. Then Bones moved, the quiet efficiency of someone with a job and the will to do it. She opened the document case and handed papers to her 2 DMLE officers, who moved to the doors. She said something to Weatherby that Harry didn't catch. She looked at the sentenced members in the tiers and said, clearly and without drama, you will receive formal notification of your transportation to Azkaban this evening. Please do not leave London. Any attempt to do so will result in additional charges. Then she looked at Harry and said, well done, with the same directness she gave everything, and it was the only personal thing she said, and it was enough. The chamber began to move. Slowly, in the way that very large events end, not all at once, but in the specific gravity of their own conclusion. Members standing. Some talking in low voices, the 19 clean members forming small clusters of the shell-shocked and the cautiously relieved. The sentenced ones sitting longer, processing, or talking to each other in even lower voices. Walcott, the first member Harry had sentenced that morning, 10 years, capital corruption, sat for a very long time before standing, and when he stood he walked out of the chamber slowly, with the deliberate steps of someone being very careful about each one. Parkinson didn't stand at all. He was still sitting in the 4th row of the left tier with his hands flat on his thighs when most other members had left. Harry noticed him when the chamber had thinned enough to see clearly and went still for a moment, watching him. Neville was standing at Harry's right and he was watching Parkinson too. Harry said nothing. This was not his moment to manage. He waited. After a while Parkinson looked up. He didn't look at Harry. He looked at Neville. And Neville looked back at him, and the two of them held that for a long moment in the thinning chamber, the old man who had signed the paper and the boy whose parents were the consequence of it. Parkinson looked away first. He stood, slowly, with the careful physical effort of someone who had been sitting for a long time and whose body was reporting in. He walked to the aisle and toward the main doors without speaking to anyone. Neville watched him go. Harry looked at Neville. You all right? Neville thought about it. No, he said. Then, I will be. He looked at the doors where Parkinson had gone. That's not the same as it changing anything for Mum and Dad. No, Harry agreed. It's not. But it's something, Neville said. It's in the record. Someone looked at what happened to them and said this was wrong and here is the consequence. In a place where it's permanently documented. He paused. For 16 years there's been no consequence. Just, nothing. Just my parents' honesty. Mungos and the people who put them there walking around. He looked at Harry. So yeah. It's something. Harry nodded. Ron had appeared at his left shoulder, and Hermione was there too, and Ginny, and Luna was emerging from wherever she'd been in the latter stages of the session. They stood on the chamber floor, which was emptying around them, members and DMLE officers and Marchbanks and the recording scribe all moving toward their various next steps, and they were quiet together in the way of people who have done something significant and are in the first moments of having done it, which is its own strange territory. Not triumph, not relief, not anything so simple. Just the particular quality of a thing that is finished, resting in its own completion. 43 sentences, Hermione said. Not one successfully challenged. Luna stopped the only real challenge, Ron said. The ring stopped it, Luna said, modestly. I just said when. Still counts, Ron said. Ginny looked at Harry with the direct look she used when she was assessing something. Voldemort will know by morning, she said. I know. What does he do with it? Half his allies just got sentenced to Azkaban. Some of them were already his allies. Some of them were protecting themselves from him by keeping the ministry compliant. Harry thought about it. He loses cover. The ministry corruption was part of his infrastructure, people who would look the other way, table security reviews, slow down investigations. All of that is gone now. He paused. He'll be angry. He'll want to respond fast and visibly. Which means an attack, Ginny said. Probably. When? Harry thought about Voldemort. About how he operated, the need to demonstrate that his power was real, that challenges to it had consequences, that anyone who thought they could remove his pieces from the board would pay a visible price. Within 48 hours, he said. He won't wait. Waiting would look like weakness. The chamber was nearly empty now. Just them, and Bones at the recording station signing something with Weatherby, and Marchbanks near the side door. The torches burned steadily. The recording quill had been removed from its stand. The official session record, 61 pages, Weatherby had confirmed, was being sealed in the document case. Harry looked at the chamber. The tiers, the worn benches, the ceiling rising into darkness. The oldest chamber in British wizardry, which had been running on corruption for decades and had just, in a single session, been reduced to 19 functioning members and a permanent legal record of why. He thought about Sirius. About the conversation on the second-floor landing of this man's house, the man who'd owned this building and these walls, who'd lived in the shadow of this institution's failures his whole adult life, wrongly imprisoned by the very body that had just been dismantled. He thought about showing him this. About the reckless, delighted laugh he would have deployed for all 43 sentences, progressively louder with each one. He felt the grief of it freshly, and didn't push it away. He'd have liked this, Ron said quietly. Yeah, Harry said. He would have. Bones crossed the chamber floor toward them. She was carrying the sealed document case. The session record goes into the Gringotts legal archive tonight, she said. Safest place for it. I'll begin the Azkaban transfers at 8 o'clock this evening. All 43 will be in custody by midnight. She looked at Harry. The 19 remaining members need guidance on emergency governance protocols. I can send them formal correspondence from the DMLE, but the procedural legitimacy needs to come from you. I'll write something tonight, Harry said. Delivered through Gringotts, same as the invocation. Good. Bones paused. There will be a response from certain quarters. Voldemort's operation has lost significant political cover today. I know. We're expecting something within 48 hours. Bones nodded. It was not a surprised nod. The DMLE will be on full alert from tonight. Whatever happens, we respond with full force and full legal standing for the first time in years. Something moved in her expression, not triumph, not the easy satisfaction of having won something. Something older and more durable than either. The institution is starting to work again. That's what matters. She left. The main doors closed behind her. Marchbanks appeared at Harry's elbow with the quiet materialism of a woman who had been where she needed to be throughout without drawing attention to it. The session record will hold, she said. Procedurally impeccable. If anyone challenges it, the challenge will fail. She looked at Harry over her glasses. You managed 19 procedural objections without a single concession and correctly cited Section 4 Clause 12 7 times, which is probably a record. She paused. Your mother would indeed have been proud. Your father would have been insufferable about it. She walked to the side door and paused. The 5-year bar on Dumbledore's position. You were correct to include it. He knows you were correct. That will matter eventually. She left through the side door. Harry looked at the empty chamber one more time. Then he turned to the 5 people standing with him on the floor and said, "Let's go home." They went through the side door and up the short staircase and into the ministry corridor. The atrium was doing its end-of-day shuffle, people heading for the fireplaces, for the flues, for the exit. Nobody looked at them. Nobody knew yet. By tomorrow morning it would be in the Daily Prophet and the wizarding world would know, and after that Voldemort would know if he didn't already, and the 48 hours that followed would be what they were. But right now, in the ministry atrium with the golden fountain and the ordinary bureaucratic evening noise, nobody knew anything, and Harry walked through it with his friends, with the rings on his hand and the folded sentences in his jacket pocket, and the weight he was carrying was not lighter than it had been this morning. It was different, though. Not the weight of something waiting to happen. The weight of something done. They stepped out into the evening. London, mild and clear, entirely itself. The city that didn't know or care what happened in the chambers underneath it, going about the serious business of being a city on a summer evening, buses, voices, the smell of something cooking from a restaurant 2 streets over. Life proceeding with its usual magnificent indifference to history being made inside it. Ginny fell into step beside Harry as they walked. She didn't say anything for a moment, just walked. Then, what did you feel? In there. When you were reading the last sentence. Harry thought about it honestly. Like the rings were right, he said. Like I was in the right place, doing the right thing. Not good, exactly. More like correct. Like when a piece of Quidditch strategy that took a long time to work out finally works. Ginny nodded. What do you feel now? Harry thought about that too. About the chamber and Neville's testimony and Parkinson's face and Walsh crying silently in the 4th row and Fudge's lime green bowler hat turning in his hands and Umbridge's sweet smile finally, after 19 counts, going out. Tired, he said. And ready. Ready for what? He looked at the evening sky over London. Clear, the first stars becoming visible above the buildings. Somewhere north, Voldemort was receiving information from whatever remained of his network. In Azkaban, cells were being prepared. In Grimmauld Place, a house that smelled of old wood and the ghost of pipe smoke was waiting with the kitchen light on. Whatever's next, Harry said. Ginny looked at him for a moment. Then she smiled, not the bright performative smile of someone reassuring someone else, but the small, real one she used when she thought something was actually right. She said nothing else. They walked. Chapter 8, What Kings Are Made of. The Daily Prophet ran it on the front page at 6 in the morning. Harry was already awake when the owls arrived, 3 of them, in quick succession, dropping papers through the Grimmauld Place kitchen window with the urgency of birds who understood that what they were carrying was not ordinary. He'd been up since 5, sitting at the kitchen table with tea that had gone cold, not reviewing anything, not planning, just sitting with the first morning after in the specific quiet of a house where everyone else was still asleep. He unfolded the paper. Wizengamot dissolved, 43 members sentenced to Azkaban. Convergence holder restores ancient authority in stunning session. Full story pages 2 to 7. The byline was Rita Skeeter, which made Harry's jaw tighten for exactly 2 seconds before he decided it didn't matter. Skeeter or not, the record was the record, Weatherby's official documentation, sealed in Gringotts, incontestable. Whatever Skeeter wrote around it was commentary, not evidence. He read the article anyway, because knowing what was being said was useful. It was, for Skeeter, remarkably accurate. She'd clearly gotten access to the session record or to someone who had attended, possibly a member of the public gallery, and the factual reporting was clean. She'd embellished the atmosphere, described Harry as a commanding presence radiating ancient authority, which was the kind of thing Skeeter wrote when she was covering something that made her nervous. But the charges, the sentences, the legal framework, the Convergence's authority, she'd gotten it right. Either she understood the story was bigger than her usual approach, or someone had told her that accuracy here was in her interest. He read to page 7 and set it down. By the time Ron came downstairs at 6:30, there were 11 more owls on the windowsill. Blimey, Ron said, looking at them. He was still in his pajamas and his hair was doing the architecture it always did in the morning, which was to say that it was not doing anything recognizable as a hairstyle. He counted the owls. Are those all press? Some of them. Harry sorted through the messages that had already arrived. 2 from Gringotts, administrative follow-up from Sharp Fong about the session record archiving. 1 from Amelia Bones confirming that all 43 were transferred to Azkaban by 11:30 last night. He paused. 1 from Elphia's Doge saying he's confused but thinks he might be grateful and would appreciate a conversation when convenient. He set that one aside. 1 from McGonagall. Ron raised his eyebrows. What does she say? Harry opened it and read it aloud. Mr. Potter. I have read the morning papers with considerable attention and a pot of tea that I have since replenished twice. I find myself unable to articulate a response that is both concise and adequate to the situation. I will therefore simply say, well done. Professor Minerva McGonagall. P.S. The headmaster informs me he was in the public gallery. He has said very little since returning, which in my experience indicates that he is engaged in serious reflection rather than damage control. I consider this encouraging. Ron sat down at the table. He looked at the letter and then at Harry with an expression that was 4 parts warmth and 1 part the specific satisfaction of someone who was very glad they'd made a particular choice. McGonagall actually wrote well done. In her handwriting, yes. That's practically a standing ovation from McGonagall. Hermione appeared in the kitchen door, her hair slightly disordered and her dressing gown on, and she was holding her own copy of the paper. I've already read it twice. Skeeter has 2 factual errors in the section about the 3rd charter. She's confused the section 4 clause with the section 7 clause, which are related but distinct, but the legal argument she presents is fundamentally accurate. She went to the kettle. The international response has already started. I found 3 foreign wizarding news correspondences in the post. We have foreign post. Ron said. We do now. She set the kettle going. French Ministry, Makusa, and the International Confederation. All 3 characterized as expressions of interest and observation. Nobody's contesting the proceedings yet. Nobody can, Harry said. They can try on international law grounds, Hermione said. But it would go to the ICW committee and take months and they'd lose because the evidence is the evidence. She looked at Harry. How are you? Fine, Harry said. I've been up since 5. I know. I heard you at 4:30. Harry hadn't known that. He didn't say anything. Hermione made tea for everyone and the kitchen began its morning, the way it had been doing for the past 12 days, people arriving in stages, the smells of food and coffee, the sounds of a shared house waking up. Neville came down at 7 with the look of someone who had slept heavily and was still processing. Luna arrived at 7:15 with no visible signs of sleep having been anything other than completely satisfying. Ginny came last at 7:30, already dressed, her hair pulled back, the paper in one hand and the expression of someone who had read it carefully and formed opinions. Skeeter will be a problem going forward, Ginny said, sitting down. Not because she got things wrong, but because she got things right and she knows that means she has leverage. She has leverage over what? Neville said. Over the narrative. She's the one controlling what the public knows and how it's framed. Ginny looked at Harry. You should do a statement. Your own words, through Gringotts' official channels if you can, they publish legal notices, it would go directly into the public record. That's a good idea, Hermione said. I know, Ginny said, without smugness. Harry thought about it. A statement. Not a defense of what he'd done, the session record was the defense, comprehensive and permanent, but something that addressed the question he knew the public was forming, what happens now? Tonight, he said. I'll draft something tonight. The morning was still doing its ordinary things, mail, food, conversation, when the Peverell ring did something Harry had learned to pay attention to. Not the structural thing it had done in the chamber. Smaller, A shift in temperature, almost imperceptible, like a room where a window has just been opened on the far side. Harry went still and the ring did it again, and he looked at the kitchen window and then at the door to the hallway. "Something's coming," Luna said, from her armchair corner. She hadn't looked up from her book. "I know," Harry said. He was already moving to the hallway when the wards activated, not with alarm, not with the sharp aggressive pulse of a direct magical attack, but the deep resonant tone of wards detecting something significant in their vicinity. Grimmauld Place's Fidelius was intact, whatever was out there hadn't breached the secret. But it was close and it was large and it was paying attention. Harry opened the front door. Diagon Alley was 3 miles away. The Ministry was 2. The street outside Grimmauld Place was a perfectly ordinary London street, terraced houses and a postbox and a plane tree shedding leaves in the July heat. But at the far end of the street, where it turned onto the main road, the air had a quality that Harry recognized from the Department of Mysteries, the particular visual quality of very strong magic operating near the edge of what was trying to be invisible. He stepped onto the front step with the rings warm on his hand. Ron appeared in the hallway behind him. Then Ginny, wand already out. Then the others. A figure appeared at the end of the street. Not walking, materializing, the way very skilled operators did, without the usual pop, just the fact of being there. Tall. Robed in black. The signature chill of their presence arriving a second before they did, the specific cold that Harry associated not with winter but with a kind of deliberate wrongness. It was not Voldemort. It was a Death Eater, senior, given the quality of the apparition and the confidence of the stance. Harry couldn't see the face under the mask, but the height and the posture said Lucius Malfoy. He was carrying a rolled piece of parchment. Behind him, 10 more. Fanned out across the street with wands drawn. Harry looked at them from the front step. "Mr. Potter," Malfoy said. His voice was exactly what it always was, cultured, precise, with the smoothness of someone who had spent 50 years being the most important person in every room. "The Dark Lord sends his regards." "Does he?" Harry said. "He also sends a message." Malfoy held up the parchment. "He is aware of what occurred yesterday. He would like you to understand that the political infrastructure you've disrupted was, in fact, quite fragile. And that the disruption of fragile things tends to produce consequences." "Is that the message?" Harry said. "Or is that preamble?" A pause. "The message is that you have made yourself visible. And that visibility has consequences." "Tell him I'm aware," Harry said. "Tell him I've been visible since I was 15 months old and the consequences have been going his way. Tell him yesterday was the first day the consequences started going mine." He kept his voice conversational. "And tell him that if he'd like to deliver a message in person rather than through someone he considers expendable, I'm at this address most mornings." The 10 Death Eaters shifted. Malfoy's head tilted. "You're quite confident for someone standing on a doorstep." "I'm confident because I know what these rings do," Harry said simply. "You don't. Your employer doesn't. The last person who tested the Peverell ring's protective properties did it in the Wizengamot yesterday and is currently explaining his life choices to an Azkaban intake officer." He looked at Malfoy. "You've got 10 people, Lucius. I've got 6. The odds look different on your side, I imagine." He raised his right hand, and let them see it, the ruby warm in the morning light, the violet stone's inner glow visible even in daylight, the Peverell band absorbing the July sun with complete indifference to it. The Peverell ring did the thing it did. The structural thing. The shift in the air. Several of the 10 Death Eaters stepped back. Not dramatically, small involuntary steps, the physical response of people whose magical senses had registered something their rational minds were still processing. 2 of them looked at each other. One of them looked at Malfoy. Malfoy himself hadn't moved. Harry had to give him credit for that. "The Dark Lord is not intimidated by old magic," Malfoy said. "I know," Harry said. He's been afraid of one old magic his whole life and he's been working very hard not to call it what it is. That's not intimidation, that's something more complicated. He held Malfoy's gaze. Go back and tell him what you saw. Tell him what the rings did. Tell him the Wizengamot is gone and I'm building something new in its place and every piece of political cover he had in that chamber is in Azkaban as of last night. He paused. And tell him that the war is still on. It's just different now. He doesn't have a corrupted ministry anymore. He has to fight the actual fight. Malfoy was still for a long moment. Then he rolled the message parchment back up and tucked it into his robes, the message undelivered, which told Harry something about how this had actually gone. He looked at Harry for one more moment. You're either very brave or very foolish, Malfoy said. My hat says Gryffindor, Harry said. So probably both. Malfoy turned. The 10 Death Eaters disapparated first, in quick sequence. Then Malfoy himself, the cultured precision of a man who made even leaving a confrontation look deliberate. Gone. The street was empty. The post box. The plane tree. A neighbor's cat had appeared on the wall opposite and was watching Harry with the evaluative attention of cats, who consider everything personally significant. Harry went back inside. The hallway was crowded, all 6 of them, plus a grim old place that seemed to have decided that significant events in its front doorway were its business. Ron was looking at the street through the narrow window beside the door. Ginny was already putting her wand away. Luna had come as far as the second step of the staircase and was sitting there with her book still in hand, watching Harry with the serene attention of someone who had known approximately how this would go. Malfoy, Ron said. Yes. He backed down. The ring helped. Harry, Hermione said carefully, when you told him to tell Voldemort you were at this address most mornings, I know, Harry said. That was, I know, Hermione. I was going to say it was exactly right, she said. He can't find this house. The Fidelius is intact and I'm the secret keeper and I haven't told him the address. But the offer puts him in a position, either he accepts the implicit challenge and looks like he's responding to Harry's terms, or he doesn't and looks like he's avoiding them. She paused. Either way, you've shifted the framing. Ginny was looking at Harry with the small real smile. You enjoyed that, she said. A bit, Harry admitted. Good, she said. You're allowed to enjoy it a bit. The letter to Dumbledore went out that afternoon. Harry wrote it in the study, without help, in the direct language that felt natural now in a way that formal written communication had never felt natural before. He covered 3 things, the need for Dumbledore's continued strategic leadership against Voldemort, which Harry respected and was not dismantling, the question of the Order of the Phoenix's structure going forward, which needed adjustment now that the ministry was being rebuilt, and a request for a meeting. Not urgent. Not fraught. Just, a conversation, when Dumbledore was ready for it. He also wrote, the 5-year bar is in the record. I know you know why it needed to be. I know you know I wasn't wrong to include it. I would like to stop having the conversation where we both know something and neither of us says it directly. I suspect you would too. He sent it with one of the grim old place owls and went back to drafting the public statement. The statement took 2 hours. He wrote it, tore it up, wrote it again, and on the 3rd attempt produced something that felt true rather than performed. He didn't justify the proceedings, the session record was the justification, available to anyone who wanted to read it. He didn't make promises about the future that were larger than his ability to keep them. What he wrote was simpler, what the convergence was, why it existed, what it was designed to do. What the memory stones contained, in summary, and why the sentences had been the ones they were. What happened next, the emergency governance process, the 7-day timeline for new proceedings, the intention to build a Wizengamot that was smaller, more carefully selected, and required to operate under transparency provisions that the old body had never had. The last paragraph he wrote quickly, almost without thinking, and it came out better than the things he'd labored over. The British wizarding world has been told for 5 years that the greatest threat it faces is a single dark wizard and the people who follow him. That is true, and the war against that threat is ongoing. But the records examined in yesterday's proceedings show a different kind of threat, one that operated inside our own institutions, not against them. Corruption does not announce itself. It accumulates. It makes itself comfortable. It becomes the normal. The purpose of what happened yesterday was not punishment, though punishment was necessary. It was a record. A permanent, incontestable record that says, we saw what you did, we named it correctly, and we applied the law without favor. That record exists now. It cannot be unmade. Whatever comes next, and something will come next, because it always does, that record will be there, saying, we can do this. We did. He sent it to Gringotts with instructions for publication through their legal notice channel. Sharpfang would know what to do with it. Dumbledore arrived at Grimmauld Place on the second day after the session, in the early evening when the light was going gold through the sitting room windows. He was not the same as he'd been before. Not diminished. Harry had been watching for diminishment and it wasn't there. Something else. A man who has set down a weight he'd been carrying for so long that the act of setting it down required adjustment, a recalibration of posture and balance. He looked, if anything, more present. As if the removal of a very large and long-held responsibility had cleared space for attention. They sat in the sitting room with the chess set and Luna's book on the mantelpiece and the fire that was just a fire. I read your statement, Dumbledore said. I know. The last paragraph. He paused. It was very good, Harry. I didn't labor over it, Harry said. The labored parts were worse. The best things usually aren't labored. He looked at the fire. I owe you an apology that is more substantial than what I offered at our last meeting. You owe me a conversation, Harry said. The apology is part of it, but it's not the whole thing. What I need is not to have this conversation on repeat for the rest of, however long we're both around. I need us to actually change how we operate. Yes, Dumbledore said. Tell me what that looks like to you. Harry thought about it. About what he actually wanted, stripped of grievance and strategy. You tell me what you know when you know it, he said. Not after you've assessed whether I can handle it. Not when you've decided the time is right. When you know it. He held Dumbledore's gaze. In exchange, I tell you what I'm planning. Not to get permission, but because your experience is genuinely valuable and I'd be a fool not to use it. He paused. I'm not dismantling your role. I'm asking for a partnership instead of a hierarchy. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. That is a significant request. I know. I have operated in a hierarchical mode for so long that the adjustment will be genuine work, he said. I want to be honest about that. Old habits are old habits for a reason. I will make mistakes. I'll tell you when you do, Harry said. Same as I expect you to tell me when I do. Another pause. Then Dumbledore looked at him with the full, unperformed attention, the thing underneath all the strategy and the half-moon glasses and the magnificent beard. Who are you? He said. Not rhetorically. With genuine curiosity, the kind that had no agenda in it. Harry understood the question. Exactly what you made me, he said. And also exactly what you were trying to prevent. He almost smiled. Both things are true. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, your mother would have said that. Verbatim. With that exact expression. He looked at his hands. She once told me, in her 7th year, that I was simultaneously the best and most frustrating teacher she'd ever had, and that these qualities were directly related. He paused. I took it as a compliment. It was, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore agreed. It was. The new Wizengamot proceedings opened on the 5th day after the session. Not the full governance overhaul, that would take months and Harry knew it, and he'd told the public statement exactly that. But the emergency session, the framework session, the one that established the temporary governance structure and the timeline and the transparency provisions. The 19 remaining members were present. Marchbanks presided. Bones sat at the floor table with the DMLE documentation. Harry stood in the same position he'd stood in 6 days ago, with the same rings, with Ron and Hermione and Neville and Ginny and Luna arranged in the same configuration. The difference was that this time when the members took their seats, they sat down with a different quality. Not the quality of people who had been going through the routine of a corrupted institution. The quality of people who had just watched the institution be dismantled and rebuilt in the space of a week and who understood, possibly for the first time, that the institution was what the people in it decided to make it. Harry laid out the framework. Temporary governance through the 19, with Bones confirmed as interim minister pending a proper election, which would happen within 60 days. The transparency provisions, all voting records public, all financial relationships between members and private interests formally disclosed, all session records available to any member of the wizarding public through Gringotts' official channel. A review committee to assess new member appointments, comprised not of existing Wizengamot members but of independent magical law scholars. You'll need more than 19 members, Hermione said, from his left, for the record. We'll need 40 to 60, Harry confirmed. Appointed on merit, disclosed records, full background review. He looked at the 19. This body will help identify candidates. So will the general wizarding public. The process will be open, documented, and slow enough to be done correctly. He paused. It will not be rushed to return to the appearance of normal. Normal is what we had before. We're building something that works. Pruitt, from the second row of the right side, said, "What role will the convergence play in the ongoing governance of this body?" It was a genuine question, asked directly, without agenda. Harry had been expecting it, had been thinking about the answer since the first night after the session. The convergence is a judicial authority, not a legislative one, he said. That distinction matters. I can adjudicate. I can sentence. I can preside over proceedings where the existing law is being applied. What I cannot do, what I won't do, is make law. That's this body's job. He looked at the 19. The convergence exists as a check on this body's worst impulses. Not a manager, not a ruler. A check. If this institution drifts the way the last one did, the authority exists to correct it. That's its purpose. He paused. I intend to use it as rarely as possible. I intend for this body to function well enough that I never have to walk in here again the way I walked in last Thursday. Pruitt nodded. And if it doesn't? Then I'll walk in again, Harry said. Same rings. Same legal framework. Different names. A small sound moved through the chamber, not quite laughter, not quite relief. The specific sound of a room where something has been said that everyone needed to hear said plainly. Good, Pruitt said. Voldemort's response came on the 6th day. Not to Grimmauld Place, the Fidelius held. Not to the ministry directly, Bones had the DMLE on full alert and the response capacity of a reinstated institution behind her. He attacked Diagon Alley. It was coordinated and large and fast, 11 Death Eaters, Fenrir Greyback, and the specific cold that arrived with Voldemort himself, who had apparently decided that personal visibility was necessary after all, that the demonstration needed to be unambiguous. They hit 3 shops simultaneously, the damage spreading fast, the screaming and the chaos of people running. Harry was there in 4 minutes. The 4 minutes was because of the monitoring ward Hermione had established around Grimmauld Place the night before, the one that would alert them to significant magical activity within a 2-mile radius. The ward activated at 10:14 in the morning and they moved, all 6 of them, with the focused speed of people who had been preparing for exactly this. They arrived in Diagon Alley to fire and chaos and 11 black-robed figures in the middle of it, and Voldemort at the far end of the alley, standing in the open with the specific quality of a person who has decided that the time for subtlety is over. He looked at Harry across the alley. Harry looked back at him. In his second year, 3rd, 4th, 5th, in every previous encounter there had been fear. Not the disabling kind, he'd always been able to function through it, but real fear, the body's honest response to something it recognized as a genuine threat to its continued existence. He felt for it now, automatically, the habitual reaching for a response he expected to be there. It wasn't there. Not because the rings made him invincible, he wasn't, and he knew it. Not because Voldemort wasn't genuinely dangerous. What had changed was simpler than invincibility, the context had changed. Voldemort's power had always been partly political, the Ministry's denial, the institution's corruption, the infrastructure of people who would look away. Harry had spent 2 weeks dismantling that infrastructure piece by piece, and on Thursday he'd finished the job. What was standing at the end of Diagon Alley now was still dangerous and still needed to be fought, but it was smaller than it had been. Not in power, in scope. The shadow had been reduced to the thing casting it. Harry walked forward. "I got your message," he said, when the distance was close enough to speak at a normal volume. Around them, the alley was in various stages of chaos, his friends engaging the other Death Eaters, Bones's DMLE officers arriving fast from the Ministry access point, shop owners shepherding people away. The space between Harry and Voldemort was open. Voldemort looked at him. The red eyes, the flat face, the specific quality of something that had chosen power so completely it had stopped being a person. "You have been busy," he said. "I have," Harry agreed. "You think dismantling a corrupt institution constitutes a significant advantage?" "No," Harry said. "I think dismantling a corrupt institution was necessary regardless of any advantage. The advantage is a side effect." Voldemort's eyes went to the rings. The Peverell ring especially, Harry saw the attention catch and hold there, the specific quality of Voldemort's gaze when it landed on something that contained magic he didn't fully understand and found that intolerable. His own Horcrux making had been built on the premise that death was the enemy, that mastery over death was the highest power. The ring that bore the Deathly Hallows crest, worn by someone who had not flinched at his approach, Harry saw the calculation happen in real time. "The Hallows," Voldemort said. "The ring, yes," Harry said. "Not all three. I'm not the master of death, if that's what you're thinking. I'm not trying to be." "Then what are you?" Harry thought about it for a real moment. Not performing consideration, actually thinking, because the question deserved an honest answer and the honest answer had been forming for 2 weeks and was now ready to be said. "I'm the person who did what needed to be done," he said. "I'm 16 years old and I'm the lord of 5 ancient houses and I just put 43 members of the Wizengamot in Azkaban because they had it coming and the law backed me up. I'm the heir of a line that goes back to your own heritage, the Peverells, which you know, which is part of why you're looking at that ring the way you're looking at it." He held Voldemort's gaze. "And I'm the person standing between you and everything you want. Not because a prophecy told me to. Because I choose to." "Brave words," Voldemort said. "True words," Harry said. "There's a difference." Voldemort raised his wand. Harry raised his right hand. The Peverell ring did what it did, the structural shift, the chamber-settling quality, but outside, in an open street, it was larger. The air in Diagon Alley changed. Not magically in any visible sense. It changed the way the air in Vault 3 had changed, the quality of something that had been waiting to be in the right place, finally there. The ring wasn't protecting Harry specifically in this moment. It was doing something more fundamental, making the space aware of what it was. Making the magic in the street aware of the oldest lines running through it. Voldemort felt it. Harry saw him feel it, the slight adjustment of posture, the eyes narrowing. He'd felt something like this before, Harry understood. Felt it in Godric's Hollow in 1981, felt it in the graveyard in 1994, the specific quality of magic that was older than his own and had its own opinions about outcomes. "You are afraid of the wrong thing," Harry said. "You've always been afraid of the wrong thing. Death isn't the enemy. You've wasted everything you are on trying to escape something that isn't the problem." He looked at Voldemort directly. The problem was that you were capable of so much and you chose this. That's the tragedy of you. Not the death. The choice. Voldemort's spell came fast and silent, the green of it filling the street, the specific color that Harry had seen too many times, the color of the choice Voldemort kept making. Harry didn't dodge. The rings, all three, working together in the way they worked together when they were working properly, the lion and the tongue and the hallows, produced the same barrier they'd produced in the chamber against Selwyn's curse, except larger, and the killing curse hit it and stopped. Not deflected. Not absorbed. Stopped, in the way that things stop when they meet something that fundamentally precedes them. The silence after was very complete. Voldemort looked at the place where the curse had stopped. At the space between them. At Harry's right hand, where the rings were doing their quiet and absolute thing. His face, Harry had been watching it, was doing something it very rarely did. Not rage, not calculation. Something older than both. A flash of something that was almost, if Harry had to name it, honest. This isn't over, Voldemort said. I know, Harry said. But you're going to lose. Not because of a prophecy. Because you've been losing the parts that matter for 2 weeks and you don't have the infrastructure to recover from it. Not quickly. Maybe not ever. He met the red eyes. Take your people and go. Not because I can't continue this, because I'm choosing not to, today. Because there are people in this alley who are getting hurt and ending this here would cost more than it gains. He paused. We'll finish this properly. When there are no civilians in the way. A long moment. Then Voldemort, with the specific control of a man who has made a calculation rather than a concession, turned. He didn't disapparate immediately, he turned and looked at the alley, at the Death Eaters being subdued by Bones's DMLE officers, at the wreckage and the running people and the evidence of what his demonstration had actually achieved, which was to hand the DMLE the largest single mass arrest of Death Eater operatives in 15 years. He disapparated. Harry stood in the middle of Diagon Alley with his hands still raised and the rings still doing their thing and the smoke from the fires drifting past him in the late morning light. Around him, Bones's people were handling the arrests efficiently. Ron was coming toward him from the direction of Gringotts, slightly winded but intact. Ginny was 3 shops down, wand out, assisting someone out of debris. Neville and Luna were together near the alley's entrance, Luna apparently explaining something to a very shaken shopkeeper with the patient clarity she used when explaining things to people who needed to hear them simply. Hermione arrived at Harry's side. She was fine, no visible injuries, robe slightly singed on the left sleeve which she was looking at with the expression of someone cataloging damage rather than upset. 9 arrested, she said. 2 got away. Greyback got away. Her jaw tightened. Voldemort. He left. She looked at him. What happened? With him. Just now. He found out the rings work, Harry said. And I told him he was going to lose. And he already knew, Harry said. He just hasn't decided what to do with it yet. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then, he'll come back. With more, and better planned. I know, Harry said. We'll be ready. We're always ready, she said. That's the thing I've figured out about us, actually. We're always ready. I used to think that was the situation forcing us. I don't think that anymore. She looked at him sideways. I think it's you. Harry thought about that. About the 16-year-old boy who had walked into the leaky cauldron 3 weeks ago with a letter from Gringotts and walked into the Wizengamot 6 days ago with 3 rings and a legal case, and who was now standing in Diagon Alley watching the DMLE make arrests that should have been made years ago. He thought about the letter in the vault, 700 years old, written to someone who hadn't been born yet. Good luck. I mean that more than most things I've ever meant. It's not just me, he said. No, Hermione agreed. But it starts with you. She paused. That's not a burden, Harry. I mean it as the opposite. He looked at her. Then at Ron, who had reached them and was looking at the arrested Death Eaters being processed by Bones's people with the expression of someone who had a lot of feelings about that and was managing them quietly. At Ginny helping debris-covered shopkeepers. At Neville and Luna still patiently explaining something. At Bones moving through her officers with the efficient authority of someone who had been waiting 20 years to be able to do her job without obstruction and was doing it now with comprehensive thoroughness. At Diagon Alley, which was damaged and smoking and full of frightened people who were also being helped, and would be cleaned up, and would open again tomorrow. He thought about the Wizengamot chamber. The permanent record. The 43 sentences, in Weatherby's precise handwriting, sealed in Gringotts. Unimpeachable and complete. He thought about Sirius. He thought about his mother, and the clarity she'd had, and how it ran in lines. He thought about what kings were made of, not the throne and crown version, not the version that lived in the word. The actual thing. The thing you became when the noise went away and you knew what needed to be done and you did it, not because you were asked, not because someone had managed you into position, but because you looked at the situation and recognized your own responsibility in it and walked toward it without waiting to be told. He looked at the rings. The ruby warm in the daylight. The violet light moving in its depth. The Peverell band, absolutely still, absorbing the July sunlight with the patient certainty of something that had been waiting in a vault for 700 years for the right person to come along and do what was needed. He'd been the right person. He was still the right person. He put his hand down and went to help with the alley. That evening, in the kitchen at Grimmauld Place, they ate together for what felt like the 100th time in 2 weeks. Ron made something from whatever was in the cupboards that turned out to be better than it had any right to be. Luna brought radishes from somewhere. Neville had stopped at the herbology shop in Diagon Alley on the way back, still open, defiant in the aftermath, and bought fresh mint, which he put in water on the windowsill because he said it helped a kitchen feel like a kitchen. They ate and they talked and they argued about small things, the correct way to make something Ron was calling a stew and Hermione was calling optimistic, whether the ICW's eventual response would be ceremonially supportive or actually useful, whether Ginny could convince her mother that the summer had been relatively safe if she left out approximately everything that had happened. Normal things. The specific normalcy of people who had done something significant and were now being the people they were underneath the significance. At some point in the evening, Dumbledore's reply arrived. A short note, in the blue ink he used for personal correspondence. Harry read it at the table without making it ceremonial. Harry. Partnership. Yes. I will make mistakes. You will tell me when I do. I look forward to being told. This is not sarcasm. Harry folded it and put it in his pocket. Good news? Ron said. Progress, Harry said. He looked around the table. At these 6 people who had each chosen to be here, to do this, to stand on a chamber floor and sit in a study at 2 in the morning and run toward Diagon Alley at 10:14. Who had chosen him, specifically, which was the part he still found periodically startling and completely essential. He thought about what came next. The new Wizengamot appointments. The governance transparency provisions. The war with Voldemort that was now a different war than it had been, smaller in its political dimension, larger in its direct magical one, a war that had been clarified by the removal of the institutional fog that had been obscuring it. He thought about the prophecy, which still existed, which still said what it said, but which felt different now, not a sentence, not a management tool. Just a fact about a situation he was already in, already handling, on his own terms. He thought about tomorrow, which was just tomorrow. The next thing. The kitchen was warm. The mint on the windowsill was doing what mint did, filling the air with itself, cheerful and persistent and completely sure of its right to be there. Harry looked at the rings one more time. Then he passed the stew to Neville and got on with the evening.